Boom.
And we're live! Hello and welcome to the 30th episode of Quant Gang. I'm Maddie ALLin, here with Karim, The Dream, Future Us, and WhalesOnly.
Woo! What's up, everybody? Good to
We're going
be
to get
here,
into
as
some
always.
really good stuff today. We're going to have charts, quantitative analysis, fundamentals, and I guess Karim said a lot of I told you so's.
Absolutely.
That'll be
Every week. Shout out to everybody that watched the Quant Gang every week. You guys know, money started to rotate. Literally, last week was almost like the bottom, and now from 12 cents all the way to 17 on our way to new all-time high. So excited to be here. It's going to be fun. I'm going to go first before Wells because I have an event at 11 that I have to go to. Always be recruiting, right? You already know. So it's going to be amazing until then.
As always.
Awesome. Let's go ahead and kick it off. Welcome, everyone.
Bang,
All
bang.
right.
How's everybody feeling in the chat? If you're feeling amazing, drop a number 1. Let us know how you feel, how your gains are feeling right now. So
Blink one time. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right.
That's right. Hit the like and subscribe button so we know you're
hit the like.
a real
If
person.
you love the content, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Oh boy, man, we've been doing great as a community. I'm so proud of everybody. Again, you guys probably watched like me with Richard's stream earlier today too. It was great. Richard's averaging like 40, 50,000 views now. This is awesome because people don't realize those are the views that you usually get when you get like 500,000 subscribers or at least 200,000-300,000. And he's doing those numbers with just 100K. So, which is a great accomplishment. We made that. So blessed to be here as always. So bang, bang, living the dream. Yeah, chat's fired up today.
Maddie, I got a question. Is there a way for you to track how many views our episodes have by chance? Because I know I almost have 100,000 views, and I only have like 2,500 subs, and I've only been streaming for 6-7 months. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's about cumulative view. Nice.
Yeah. Cumulative, right?
Mm-mm.
Cumulative, like 93,000.
And there's a whole psychology to this, right? Of what the algorithm is liking, what the people are liking, how those things interact with the content creators, and how people choose their shows. For us, it's very simple. We talk about the one and only cryptocurrency that exists right now, Hex, and so that keeps it pretty simple. So people know what they're getting when they come to Quant Gang, when they come to the YouTube channel, right? And that consistency has happened now for 30 weeks straight. And it's been following the price as well, right? The amount of viewership. And so that's no surprise. What is surprising is the amount of engagement from the community. I put out a questionnaire about a week ago, and I asked, if you're making mad gains in Hex, are you more motivated to engage with the community or less motivated to engage with the community? It was 91% people more motivated, and there were 630 votes, right?
Wow.
And so,
Wow.
That's crazy.
There's so many on a channel that only has 3,500 subscribers. When we're getting views that exceed that, and in some cases are going 200% that,
yes,
you can see all the other channels on YouTube, even the Bitcoin ones, right? Where people have a vested interest in continuing to be interested. But that's old technology, and people watch our stream and the other Hex streams because this is a new technology. It's a new thing for economics. And so we're seeing, a lot of other channels. I think Robert Breedlove had Robert Kiyosaki on the other day, and they got less views than we did.
Oh,
and that's a billionaire with like a brainiac Bitcoiner. Yeah. It's
that's major.
I think what's amazing too is like it's a testament of the quality of the community that we have, because right, people love to receive value, and as they receive more and more value, not just economic value, their bag is working, but all the different contents, the macro that we're talking about, all the different topics, right? Your topics as well, which is related to mental health, the topic sometimes that Wells very importantly bring about, and when he's talking about episode when talk about the constitution and stuff like that. I like that because it reminds people of who they really are, what their rights are, and things like that. It's really good. And people see the content, they appreciate. And this is how our community rolls. It's for free. We do this because we want to do this, because again, we also learn from Richard and the way he operates. And that's how we can continue to grow and grow and grow, because the value is there. That's what, like you said, we're averaging 200% viewership versus subscriber. And I wouldn't be surprised if that continues literally as we grow more and more and more. So those are the good signs. We're doing the right thing.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's kind of crazy because I now that I end up talking to a lot of people because they reach out or whatever, right? Telegram and all of that. And we have a lot of new people. And the one common thread that the new folks are saying is that they're just happy that, like, just like the rest of us, when you find a community where you really just can be open, right? You don't have to be closed off. Everybody's open and welcoming, and they're willing to help. You don't have to actually run around trying to find things that are non-existent. The people are here, ready, willing, and able. That's not common.
Exactly.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And people see that.
Motivated to spread the word.
Yeah, and people see that. People see that. That's one of those things,
right? That's why we tell that's what separates us from the crypto gurus, right? Because again, the way we display the content, the way we came about what we have learned, and how we're sharing with the community, this is what makes us so special. And that's why you cannot duplicate that. This is literally what this is for. When they said, hey, you can copy code, but you cannot copy community. When I hear that, this is what I think about. So this is in my line of work, right? We call it culture, right? Culture of excellence, from the mindset, the discipline, the way we operate, and the integrity that comes with that as well. That's why it's so priceless. That's why people are drawn to that. And then weeks over weeks, as I tweet, I say all the time, we bring the receipts. We don't just talk to talk. We bring the receipts. We don't have to take any tweets down or change our mind on this or that. Again, today's another I told you so, right? The dead cat played out. But more importantly, like we talked about last week, money will start to rotate back in. And those who did that and followed through, I mean, from 12 cents to now, you're up 40%. That's insane. Imagine you stayed in Bitcoin. You had to wait for 65K,
Good luck to you.
It's insane.
Yeah, and good luck to you waiting.
Exactly. And like Walt was saying too, even me, I'm very, very grateful. Like, at least now 3 to 5 times a day, I get messages, people thanking me and stuff like that. Joining the 555 Club, we may have a lot of new people today too. I want to break that down once again. The one of the ultimate strategy when you don't know how much to stake, how to be able to maximize the system and still have that freedom for the new people to hear, because this is something that's truly, truly been helping a lot of people, even like the most skeptical, because the math just stands by itself. You know what I mean? So you get your T-share and then you don't have to stress and you can just freestyle with the rest of the 70%. So definitely want to go over that one more time. But for some people watching today, that might be the first time to hear it. So.
It's kind of, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mandy. It's very, what's the word I'm looking for? It kind of makes a very strong impression on people when they walk into a space and it's a smile versus a straight face or a resting bitch face or just a frown, right? And I think that when people find this community, that's like the main thing that they come across. They don't come across people that are sour, bitter, whatever the case is. They're literally coming across people that are genuinely happy doing what they're doing. And that's major. right? Because that sets the tone. That is the culture, right? That that literally details everything because it's people doing it willingly. You see?
Yeah.
It's a whole different dynamic. And that's what makes it so different, right? Like it's people just acting because that's who they are and that's who they want to be, right? And I think that that's something that people need to appreciate a little bit more. Maybe perhaps focus on a little bit more as far as what they want their future to be, because I'm acting in accordance with that. I like excellence. I like things done correctly. I like things analyzed correctly. So that's what I try to bring to the table as much as I can. And I think that, if we want to be the best, we need to behave like we're the best. We need to provide the content that shows that we're the best. And I think that we have a pretty solid record, a track record showing that. And then in conjunction with that, the community just has an impeccable record keeping up with the quality of the content, right? And that just, again, speaks to the quality of the whole community. I mean, it's unfound anyway. It's just not found anywhere.
Absolutely. And it's good to see people who don't just listen, pay attention, learn. And then you can even see over time the quality of the questions gets better. Like I get cool messages now, people looking at different things, looking at, what's going on with DXY. Like at some point last week, when you guys remember, I couldn't see the the BTC premium because it took that off. This is hilarious.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Back to that. Somebody tweeted at me like, "Yo, I have this other website." He went there, he looked for me, and then he let me know. It was pretty cool. He tweeted. So it's like people now know what to look for. And it's more like the army of the 300. Like people go from like the regular peasant, whatever, to like now the soldiers, and now we just duplicate ourselves.
Correct.
So everybody looking out for everybody, and then they just expand like that, and then we just dominate.
Can't lose, baby.
Yeah, that's really, really the game changer, and we're moving as a unit. So that's our number one power.
You know what makes it easy though? I was just thinking about when Wales was saying that. I was like, what is it about this community that? Oh dear, what is it about this community that that why us? What's so special? And I was thinking back to the other communities and the other streams and things I've watched, and I think what it is quite simply that in the projects, not in the projects, in the other projects, they're thinking so much and talking so much about what's to come and what they have to do and all the work and all that kind of stuff, whereas we're sitting on a finished product. So we're all like, chill. Hey, what do you want to know? Yeah, I got tons of time,
Has to be a different conversation, right? Yeah.
That's the pivotal thing that just makes it, that's what makes us, I think. Without even having to think about it.
To some degree. Because
it makes sense, yeah.
This is also the power, everybody in the community understand, I talk about all the time, this is the power of the 15-year stake. It allows you to relax. It does something to your mental psyche. Hey, I'm getting paid every day. Relax. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's over time. You build. You go sideways for a while, and then when the pump comes in, not only the thing goes up, but then you get multiple magnitude more wealthier because you realize, oh, wow, all those extra daily payout that I got, all of a sudden are worth more value. And this is how you're able to see all of that, have the extra time, and then you go above what I call, the superficial conversation or the hype train, because they need the next hype because they're looking at what's the next announcement, right? The announcement. Look at what's going on with the Cardano or whatever. So because they know that if they stop the hype, the thing dies. So they're always looking for the next announcement. And nobody go beyond the superficial because they're like, I just need to make a quick buck and then exit. Instead
which is sad. It's sad, honestly.
It's very sad. And this is what, again, makes us different, allow us to be relaxed at peace. And because you're raising your vibration, you're not in fear, envy, hatred, all this other stuff. You can see people for who they really are. And because our community is great, you can genuinely value other people. And this is why our stream is very educational in so many different assets. And that's really, really the key. And like just over the last, 10, 15 minutes, just the comments that are coming in are really, really good. I want to address some of them. But Maddie, first from the floor, I just want to ask, is there any news you want to go over first?
Yeah, you usually want to touch on some stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been doing the standalone news segment every other week. And so this is an off week for that. But of course, a lot's been happening. I've kind of stayed out of some of the news in terms of any, I guess, drama that has been going on with like people. Really, I think we're seeing a whole new round of haters. We're seeing more division that happens naturally within communities. So as communities grow, they normally splinter, and then the splinters can start fighting with each other, or they can end up being united on some other cause. So for example, we saw in the past 2 weeks that the Bitcoin community used to be filled with, just people in Bitcoin, and then it expanded, and then a piece broke off. Those are the people like myself who were totally into Bitcoin and now are totally into Hex, right? And so Hexicans and Bitcoiners, we can have our difference of opinions and be more professional or less professional about how we go about, spreading our ideas and sharing our different thoughts. But at the end of the day, we all got together and said, hey, US government, stop grandstanding. Stop pretending like you're going to put this in the infrastructure bill to, require decentralized exchanges to do some sort of reporting that isn't even possible. Like, get out of here. So the communities, even though that they had split in the past, they ended up working together towards a common goal. And that's one of the things I love to see, because it's great to have a diversity of ideas, right? And I think that a lot of people, because they don't have as much to do now, because they have gotten suddenly wealthy in Hex, or because, life is hard and people sometimes, don't know where to put their energy, or are experimenting with where to put their energy. And one of the places, if it's Twitter, and if you really put yourself out there sharing what you really care about, in this case, Hex, it can be a really personal attack when somebody comes back and says that they don't agree with you. And that can lead to the type of exchanges that I think people would categorize as not very mentally healthy for themselves. And so those are the types of things that I like to look more into and speak on, in terms of how people can adjust to this sudden wealth syndrome that happens when you're in Hex, but also address the community aspect that grows usually inside of people first. Usually people are excited by the community, whether it's us being attacked and defending ourselves, or not being listed on CoinMarketCap, or whatever it is, right? There's always a reason that motivates people to care about something, and then whether they're going to keep caring about it or not. So I hope that everybody, that you can take a time out, from social media if it gets to be too much, and find those outlets where you are experiencing positivity. The chat here on YouTube, in our channel, has been a pretty good example of a positive place. Thank you to all the moderators out there.
For sure.
Absolutely, for sure.
Yeah, social media is so hard for me. I screw it up all the time. I'm constantly offending people because they'll say something and I'll have a different angle on it, and I'll just go straight out and say the different angle, and the next thing I'm getting the C word thrown at me, and I'm unsubscribe or whatever, and I'm like, what the hell? And then I go back and I read what I typed, and I was like, yeah, I can see how that could be. It's like, oh, crap.
It happens.
So it happens all the time. So it's something I have to pull back from, because I end up pissing people off too much accidentally. Maybe I'll give it another go if I get my head straight.
You see, it's funny, right? Because this is an important topic, right? For me, the way I look at it is that, on one hand, I definitely see where you're coming from, but on the other hand, I realize that we have been blessed to some degree, especially for this, especially Hexicans, because we've been through a lot, that we have created and forged that mental fortitude. Because what I definitely don't want is to feel like people can't be themselves, right? Say what they want to say because they're, fear of repercussion, this and that. Because the problem, when you start to think like that too much, then you lose yourself. You lose the ability to be authentic and this and that. Because the reality is, right, like I always say, the truth will set you free, right? You can do everything right, whatever, you're not going to be loved by everybody. That's just a reality. And the cool thing is, the sooner you can show people how real you are and authentic, you're gonna create that divide of those who understand and can appreciate that, versus those who want to just live in fantasy land, whatever. And what that does is it saves you a lot of time, frustration, trying to, people please, people that just literally just judge you already from the get-go. They want to hear what you have to say. You know what I mean? So moving from that, what I've noticed, which is very positive, is We're getting less of the straight up hatred, crazy stuff of last year. More like, the discourse is still there, but it's a little bit more civil. People trying to bring the facts because we keep smacking them with the receipt left and right. They don't want to lose face. So now they have to kind of bring something to the table. If not, they're just going to look back because the proof is smacking you into the face every day. The chart is smacking you into the day every day, right? Just delivering. Richard keeps delivering the community. Like just this week, right? A couple of the news that I picked up, it was great. Besides Richard's streams, the great updates when he was dropping everything for the hiring. I think that was powerful. He literally laid down to their face, guys, this is the plan. I'm coming for you. Like we're walking by the front door. We'll let you know, but because it's so bad, we're gonna make it better. You know what I mean? So just that alone, the cross streaming that he's doing with the other people today, I really enjoyed the stream that he had. That was really great. Over I think yesterday, Wells streams too with Joe Exotic. That was really cool. I watched that on the replay, and that was really awesome. Wells, I realized we have a lot more in common. That I even after all we've seen, right? And this is really great because if we've done Vegas or whatever, you can always learn and always appreciate somebody, for who they are and what they stand for and the authenticity. Because again, this is the X factor in our community. If you see every big channel blowing up right now, different topics, a lot of it is just people being real. This is the reason why live streams. Things related to in our relationships, you watch, Fresh and Feed podcast or whatever, or like talking about government, talking about money and what's going on, because people are tired of being lied to and politically correct, this and that, just want to know the truth. So by being as real like that, and again, I always say this, right? You can be direct, but you don't have to be rude. So that's the differentiator. So you can stay real because people want that authenticity. It's to me, it's priceless. So I see a lot of that, and this is what's making Hex shining because the system does what it says it's going to do, day in and day out, delivering. And then we're here, the living proof. When I showed the dream account, the point was to say, hey, we're doing the same thing we're preaching. We're not out there doing this and that, and then we're getting the reward from that too. So this is that alignment to me is key, and that's why our community is so great, and people want to give back because they're aligned with that as well. So. Trust us, trust, baby.
That's it.
I wanted to say thanks to people who've been doing super chats. Thank you to Dolomite Hex for the $20 super chat, saying, I bought my ticket already. Awesome. So it sounds like you're coming to the conference that we're putting on. And I'll go over that here in just a second. I'll do my 30-second ad for that. And here, thank you to Matt Kelly for the $10 super chat, working out final details for the Cars and Crypto Hex meet with Rainmaker, T-Money, hopefully Whales, and whoever else wants to roll. Very cool.
That's right.
Bang, bang.
So we're continuing to put on this big event in Las Vegas on March 6th through 9th. And then there's going to be an online portion that'll be January 6th through 9th. And this will be the second time I'll be putting on a big Hex conference. This time it'll be in person. It's not going to be a meetup, although we will be meeting up. It is going to be structured like a scientific conference, and tickets are on sale. These tickets allow you to be airdropped tickets to go to the physical event, but because of the Eventbrite payout situation, we have arranged to make these events online, and then you'll get airdropped the real tickets. There is one change that's happening this week, though. I've decided to spread out the ticket sales, and so this is going to make it much more interesting. There's only going to be 36 tickets sold this week, and as you can imagine, as the weeks go by, the audience is going to keep growing bigger and bigger, and so this should incentivize those OGs. If you don't buy your ticket right now, I'm not sure that there will be one for you.
Game theory to waste some money. Gotta love
it. You see what I'm talking about? People just learning so much. It's so great. No, I love it.
I'll throw the link up here, and people can check that out. There's a blog. A lot of details are still coming, but part of it is we need to put the money down for the venue ahead of time in order to be able to have the event fund itself. And so that's why we're doing the fundraising now and selling the tickets ahead of time so people can get their full value. You can learn more at pulsehex.com, which is the schedule, and then pulsehex.eventbrite.com is where you'll find the tickets for sale. And then basically, yeah, I mean, I'm going to be working with all the other Hex streamers that are old, you know, I guess have already been in the community for a long time and have established themselves, but also you new folks out there that I've been watching who are doing a great job. I'm excited to include everybody if we can for this conference.
By the way, quick shout out to all the Hex streamers out there. You guys doing a great job, like any platform, YouTube, TikTok, I mean, all over the place. Even the short today in the algorithm, I saw video kinetics on the short. It popped out of my face. I was like, wow, we're starting to move up. This is great. Yeah, like a short video. So, and then another great milestone, I saw it in the chat. Johnny's right. You know, one t-shirt now pays the equivalent pay-up t-shirt than more than $1. That's a big milestone, guys. That means quick math. Anybody has a t-shirt now?
Do you guys not realize that already happened? Why is everybody like acting like that didn't happen already? That happened in July.
In the for just the single t-shirt, because you had to be more than
for a single t-shirt.
I think it was because that big spike when we got the nine hex per t-shirt.
Nah, bro, that happened like I got the data right here 5 times already in July. People was too busy focusing on the sack phase. That's why.
No, because we're averaging 6 that time. Yeah, no, because I see what you mean. Our true average has been like 5.8, 5.9. When there's no penalty, we average like 5.7, 5.8 hex per t-shirt. So that's why the 17. But you have to say correct. Definitely like that a couple times. Shit for you. I mean,
it's like the boss coming around and going, "Hey,
when we got that 13 hex per t-shirt that day was just.
Oh man, remember that?
Oh my goodness, that was, and then it's funny because time goes by, and then now we're getting down on the regular, like all the value is the same or higher now.
Yes, sir. It's a beautiful thing.
Wells is like the boss coming around and going. And saying, "Hey, bro, I gave you a pay rise last month. You didn't even notice?" Oh, sorry, boss. Too busy with the sacrifice phase.
That's the beauty. That's the beauty. So,
how crazy is that, right?
I know, right? Comment for everybody in the chat.
Oh man, that's so funny because it's so true. It's so true.
Purple got a funny comment here. I missed that. I can't believe I missed that. I came across Karim's dance move, and I bought Hex by the boatload.
Don't need anything else, sir. Keep your math.
Cool. Yeah, no. Vegas, baby. We'll do that again. Don't worry.
Keep your math,
and
sir.
also, we're preparing for potentially hosting here when, Patrick's in the Hex Germany, when they do their tour, when they come to like Boston area. Oh, man, we're going to be hosting. It's going to be great. And then I'm talking to some Hexicans that are here in the States who might want to do like a mini meetup, stuff like that in a month or two. So anybody in the chat, if you ever come to Massachusetts, coming to visit my Hexican fam, holla at your boy. I'll show you a good time. So just come with your ID.
Sound like a pimp, bro.
Yeah, hey, come with your ID and a good attitude. And for you Europeans out there, this is US, gotta be 21, okay? Can't be
let me clear it up. We still need ID.
Yeah. I know this is crypto, but when we're going, we're gonna need some identification. It's gonna be like Vegas.
Oh man.
For those who got the taste, so but it's all good fun and good vibes. So.
Of course, man. Of course.
And this is one of the beauty when you're very close to the city, because I live very like 5 minutes from downtown, so it's just like boom, easy peasy, and it's safe. And then we're done, we just come back. So it's awesome, perfect. Let me see here. Karim's travel agent, nice. All right. I think, Maddie, if I may, because I have an event I have to go to, can I go now? I'm going to break down all the update from last week. Unless you guys.
That would be great. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. This is going to be fun. Guys, get ready. Great fireworks. Yeah, I might go on a little monologue again, but this is going to be a good update. We're going to brag again about it. I told you so. This is going to be fun.
Monologue.
I know, right?
You might forget where you are for a little bit, but just bear with me.
Yeah, right. Everything makes sense. I was teaching last week people how to play chess, right? Because you have to look at so many different things. You know what I mean? Because people think like we just sit here and then, this is one.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think, and then, you know what it is, man. I think people, people just see us just talking about these things, right? They don't understand like that we're always just thinking about this stuff too. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Absolutely.
Oh,
Maddie,
yeah.
let me know when you can see my screen.
Got it.
It's up.
Got it? All right, perfect. So, guys, if you remember from last week, quick joke. It's probably because we complained. You see, this chart used to be gone. That's the premium. Last week, you guys remember? Check the tape. You couldn't see it. Wells, remember?
Yeah. It wasn't there. It wasn't there. It was gone.
Probably somebody went to complain to them and then they brought it back. So I got it on the bigger screens here. So quick update on the premium. Obviously, as you guys know, it's still bad. It was negative 14% at some point. That's when the gentleman tweeted at me yesterday on Twitter to help me out. And then now, even after the dip, it's negative 12%, 44.60. So quick math, that means that people are buying fake Bitcoin right now for about 38K. So that kind of gives you an idea to where, and then if you go back towards the chart, this is also roughly where the support is, because when we go back to just BTC, it's actually going down even faster. Hold on 1 second, still loading. So just
that
like
premium,
we learned, yep. Just like
that
we
premium,
learned,
it was flatlining when the price was going up. It wasn't following it at all. I just noticed.
Because that's what we're telling people.
Yeah,
be careful.
so,
all this pump thing was just liquidation, and then it creates this artificial demand, which is not correct. This is why, like we said last week, anything around here, we enter the bull trap zone. And this is why this dance is here. People have no idea how many people got liquidated here. It was crazy. Because the fools would tell you, oh, we're above the 200 moving average, this and that. No, we're still in a bear market. You need this thing, the green, to cross above. Then you're back to bull. But right now, being above the moving average, that's not enough. You have to make sure the cross happen. And then now, this is called, kind of like a rising wedge. And then if I were to look here and see the zone where the support is, this is where people are buying Bitcoin right now, roughly fake Bitcoin, 38K, which is literally where the support is. And again, DMI already crossed, so you get to see. If I were to go back on the 4-hour chart here, just briefly, just go in. So clearly, the uptrend has been broken. So because the uptrend has been broken, it's just kind of like doing this little free fall. But you get to see why 38K is so important, because this is exactly roughly where the support is on the 4-hour chart. So it wouldn't be surprising if Bitcoin basically corrects all the way down there. Now, does it going to happen in a straight line? No. But historically, rising wedges are bearish patterns. So this is where you're looking at that. But as we also discussed since last week, when we started to top off this thing over here, we're already entering that bull trap zone that I mentioned about. And those who listen and who are smart, they already started to pivot and switch their hex right back. Even the Ethereum guys, watch this. Even the Ethereum guy, it's red everywhere besides hex. It's kind of funny. Let's go to hex ETH. Just briefly show you guys. Look at this. This is last week. And I tweeted about this too. This was the bottom. Well, look at this. Can't make this shit up. And then from there, rally 40+%. So those who catch that, understanding that we're close to the bull trap zone. Again, be wise, not smart all the time. You don't need to wait. You need to start rotating. And those who did that, instead of saying, oh, Karim, it's 46,000. Let me try to get to 50K and then barely get a few percent. Meanwhile, you missed the 40% move. And then now, sadly, those who bought at 47, 48,000 or whatever, thinking it's going to go to 54, right? Because the crypto fru is aligned to you. And then you hop on that trend. Now you're liquidated again. I mean, it's crazy. But those are the things that people need to understand. Because like Richard said many times, for the bull trap to be negated, it has to go back all the way outside that zone. Let me go back to the daily. And then literally go towards doing a new all-time high. Those people like to cherry pick what we say instead of listening to everything of what we say, right? The 3 level. First, you listen. Second, you understand. Third, you internalize, right? And Hexicans, they reach level 3, like we talked about last week. So when you enter this zone over here, you already know in the balance of probability, because we went up 60% from the bottom, somebody that's smart deleverage, right? Lower the risk, because it's about risk management. I told everybody here, the first rule when you play chess is risk management. So you bought this long move, you rotate back to Hex, big money. This is what we did. Next thing you know, you're not sitting here waiting for the dead cat bounce. Now, people think, oh, it's going to do X, Y, and Z. But if this thing continues based on the premium being still negative and everybody already got liquidated, then where is the buying pressure going to come from? Again, not to bring bad news, but this is Quant game. We give you the facts. GBTC, look, it's still trending down. Digital asset good. See, 651, 650, 649. Week over week, this is a daily chart. It just keeps going down. They're liquidating. They're just doing it very, very slow. So again, we always like to talk about macro. At a macro level, the biggest holder of Bitcoin is liquidating right now. It's doing it small and slowly for people not to notice, but Quant gang, watch everything. Reason number two, premium is still negative, which tells you big money is not buying that. Big money is going to buy Bitcoin, but like we'll talk about all the time, they don't like to overpay for stuff. They buy stuff that are undervalued or maybe fair value, a little bit of premium, but not too much. So the different story when we run over here and the premium is positive, different story when it's negative, right, Wells? But I want
for sure, bro. Yeah.
Because that's important. People keep forgetting that. Because if this thing doesn't close, keep dreaming about your new all-time high. It's not going to happen.
Nah.
Okay. And reason number three, recap from last week, when we go back to, again, the DXY, not only past 93, it's above, strong. And it's not stopping anytime soon. See DMI cross again. It's like they're raising rates. They're not going to stop anytime soon. Inflation is hit. The Fed has to try to look good at least, So when you zoom out, like I showed you guys last week, we're literally at the same points junction-wise than where we were last year around the same place when there was the dead cat bounce. See, right around here, which was right around May 4th, May 5th. Literally, the dollar index is at the right zone. So if the fractal continue, it's literally looking like it's going to break out. Every technical analysis charter over there knows that this looks like it's about to break out. And it's bullish. This is a daily chart. This is a bullish cross right here. This is what Bitcoin was supposed to do and didn't do it. And it's supported by the DMI, which means it's really people are buying. And if people are buying dollar, that means they're thinking deflation is coming. That means they're running for safety. They're running for cash. So that's why the dollar price goes up. And when you go back to the chart of Bitcoin, same time last year, go back to the daily chart, you get to see back to 2018. Let me go back. This is literally this guy right here playing out. I'll go back. This is where we are. Literally, we're here. We went over there, kissed it, hanged it, whatever you want to call it, arcing down, break down. We're literally right around here. Meaning, if I were to try like a fractal, right? Look at this. This is the rising wedge. It's the bearish pattern. Kissed it a little bit, fell, break down. And then now, first step is the support, which is where the green line is. Ding, 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 ding. Where is the negative Bitcoin premium? Exactly there, right here. 38,000. Can't make this shit up. It's like textbook, which is also previous support here and previous long-term support around here. Now, chances are it's going to try again, but we're basically telling everybody this is how bear market goes. They give you those relief rallies, those who understand to not be bullish in a bear market. Every relief rally, Hexicans are going to get paid. This nice relief rally, this is how we got from 12 cents to 17 cents, right? Because we capture that rally and then we exit because we know we're not trying to catch a falling knife. Then it's going to probably trying to retest here, probably going to fail, hang around here and then down. And then next thing you know, it's 30K or most likely a new low. Or option two, it goes down, it's going to try another attempt, but this time it's going to get rejected again because it's just creating the trap door. The same way, going back again, for people who are new, what happened here? Got rejected, hang around, people start to lose faith. Why? Well, September's going to come, then the bad news is going to come, right? The rising rates. Oh, the bull market is over now. You know what I mean? Watch.
Yeah.
And then negativity kicks in. Then we'll come here. Then they're going to try one more rally. They're going to get rejected. Next thing you know, we're going to just go sideways and then boom.
So yeah, it's always a process, right? Mm-hmm. Always.
They give you the hopium, then they take it away. Then you think, oh, it's going to go back. And then it doesn't. And it's just what I call process decay because they don't just want to dump it, right? They have to get that trading volume. So perfect example here. I explained to you guys weeks ago. You get the short liquidated, price pump, process decay slowly here, just to get the volume. And then right around here, people give up. Oh, we failed to hold the moving average, and then crash. Same thing here, fake out, process decay. Well, this was a life event, but expect the same type of thing because it does curves. Because again, like I told you guys last week, this is not how bottoming is. This is like rising wedge. When it curves, then it dies. So you got to be prepared for that, and you got to make sure to protect yourself and also get ahead because that's when hacks excel during those time preferences. And also the inflation numbers are still very bad. Now they're talking about potentially not only rising rates sooner, but well, I don't know if you heard, but some of the Fed chairs of the Federal Reserve, forget which one, either Houston or some other place, they were talking about raising the actual interest rate and also cutting the QE or slowing it down.
Tapering.
Tapering, because they were doing like $120 billion a month. If they slow that down, that's going to spook the market even more. That's why we see a lot of the sell-off in the market because people are realizing, party might end sooner than expected.
Right.
And just like I told you before, the DMI is the one that tells you what's going on because the buying volume intensity is slowing down. Moving on to Ethereum, same thing. I literally tweeted this and shout out to everybody that liked and retweet. I appreciate it. Literally textbook, same thing. Because when this happened here and it crossed, I say, oh, watch out. There's a high chance it's the fake out right here because this is how the market maker manipulates. They'll let you pretend that the price is going up, but it's just marginally going up. Meanwhile, they're no longer buying. You see? It's literally, and then the intensity is slowing down. But if you're not careful, by the time you realize, it's already too late. So those who caught the signal, they were able to, take some profit right around, 32, 3,300. How high did he went? He went all the way to, 3,300 and change. And also very important, the long-term support, very important. Now turned into resistance and got rejected. Same thing. And we kind of already knew this could happen because we know that if Bitcoin gets doomed, then Ethereum is going to get grabbed on that too. But, we gave it a chance when we saw this cross. But then when this started to happen, I just want everybody be careful. And now it's going back into the broadening horn here, which is dangerous because this is the playground of the market maker because they can send this thing all the way down here just to mess with people. That's how fucked up it is. And then they'll do another massive relief rally all the way here and then fake you out. This is the most deadliest pattern for traders and the most awesome for, market makers. And this is what Richard was talking about because he looks like a horn, right? Broadening horn. Same thing on Bitcoin. You see that over here as well. So be prepared, be warned for that. Understand what's going on. Get yourself some good value because if Bitcoin go to 38K, which it seems like it wants to go there to retest, there's a high chance Ethereum does the same thing. And for Ethereum, it's no joke. We're talking, $2,500 almost. So be prepared because you see the same pattern, rising wedge. First stop is here. Long-term support. Because you got this, you got this, you got this. Or what you will call the moving average, because chances are the moving average is going to slightly go up. So prepare yourself for that because when this thing crosses, you get a massive dump. We've seen this before. Where? We've seen this here. Look, he went down, he went down, he went down. And the moment DMI cross, orange, look at that, massive dump. Big ass candle. This is why it's my favorite indicator. So again, to recap, BTC guys still, Grayscale still dumping, premium still negative, nothing changed. We're moving according to plan. Those who catch the wave, protect yourself. Watch out for the slow decay. Obviously, stack your hex if you haven't already. We're looking marvelous. Looking at the hex chart real quick. Let me go back here. I'm going to end with that. 4 hour looks great. Beautiful uptrend. It's literally just like what we have done before. And then when you look on the daily chart, this is what Wells was talking about last week, which is really, really cool. It's starting to mimic the fractal, this guy here, right? Bull flag, breakout, ready to go. And if you ignore this little thing here, because I just draw this for the sacrifice phase and it's not becoming relevant anymore, I'm looking at the big one. This is the next target. When we exit out of here, Fibonacci extensions, which is very, very important. Next thing you know, we're going to go here, which is 23 cents. After that, 27 cents. And after that, breakout. Same thing when you look on the weekly chart. It looks beautiful. The week literally just started. Today's Tuesday. bull flag. Imagine another 71% plus move, just like we've done here. We're about to repeat that over here. So remember those numbers, very important. 23 cents and 27 cents. Because when it moves very fast. You blink, you lose. Next thing you know, we're at 23 cents because it's going to start moving faster and faster and faster. That's why those extensions are so powerful, because what took us many, many years or year and a half to get to that, penny zone, whatever. Look how literally in one candle we did this 4 or 5 times what took us a year and a half. Same thing's about to happen here. So we prepare for that, stay in position. Liquidity is very, very low. Billions of hex have been sacrificed, excluding the OA. I calculated 3.5 to 3.6 billion hex has been sacrificed. That's hex that's no longer going to be sold, irrespective. And we still haven't had the snapshot announcement. We still possibly great news about the testnet very soon. I know Richard said earlier today they're dealing with some BS because of the change that Ethereum did, due to the EIP. But that, you should take this as a signal. You're lucky if you haven't got your accumulation back, because make no mistake, when that testnet gets released and some of the dev gets to play with it and realize it's the real deal, the price is going to fly. So you better again be in position. The same way I said last week, don't wait. You see, if you missed Quant Gang last week, this is what you lost. Literally. Let's do a measure move right here. This was the bottom, because today is what? Today is the 17th. Last week, Quant Gang was on the 10th. So we're right around here. So if you miss, you would have missed basically almost 50%. That's how insane it is. And it's just getting started, because we're literally about to go into price discovery mode here. So make sure you understand that at any moment you can hear about, oh, testnet release, this, that, or oh, snapshot, boom, boom, boom. Because at the end of the month, some type of news is going to be released. So be prepared. And I predict, fractal-wise, it's going to do this. This is the move right here. Because even when you go back to one last chart, we'll show here, the Hex ETH chart. If you guys remember the old fractal, told you guys bottom, perfectly respected. So much more run to go, so much more. And it's like literally sky's the limit over there. So we can easily go back to the 100,000 plus in terms of gray ratio. So you need to understand that from where we are now, if the price gravitate around 3K or 2,800 or whatever it may be, just in Ethereum ratio, just to go back to all-time high like the USD chart is doing right now. Look at this. Well, 54%. Mm-hmm. Because we know Hex ETH move as a function of a square.
Nothing to see there.
Nothing to see there. That's basically saying, remember, that's 250%, which Hex notoriously like to do. 300 to 350% move within 2 weeks. You miss that move, you get left behind. This is the beauty of, having stake, whatever. So if we were to do that from where we are now, literally just quick math. This is how we get our nice 3x. Next thing you know, 60 cents. Next thing you know, 10,000x, right? Which was the target. So you need to understand this is a daily chart. In a matter of just a week or two, let me draw it again from where we are now. From today to the end of the month, I would draw this, which is like 14 bars, which is very easy. If we just go here, boom. Next thing you know, that's 74%. But if we just go here, 54% move, let's say Ethereum is steady, or at least 2,800, you easily get your 60, 65 cents Hex. And of course, Hex likes to overperform to the upside. Next thing you know, we could easily trend towards the dollar. So don't miss that move. We're doing this here, the same thing we have done over here. It's nothing new. And if you need the long history chart, just to remind you the massive fractal, because I drew it over there on V1 with the fib, which is very important. Let me go back to the weekly chart. Look, we went, we kissed it, retest, we're already here. And we're confirming this. This is the week, which means next thing you know, perfect. Well, look at this. Can't make this shit up. Next up.
Yeah, it's about
extension,
the
right around here, which is literally where we get the 60 cents Hex if Ethereum stays where it is now, because it's running beautifully. And if I just redraw this just for fun with the new, it's still a severe uptrend, like literally. And because there's nothing here.
60.
Yep, go ahead. Futures.
So I was just going to say 60 cents is our marker for when my wife can retire.
Hey,
and she just took on a new job today. First day at a new job today. So
nice, congratulations. I mean, literally, I kid you not, by the end of the month, perfect symmetry with the 17 right now. 2 weeks from now, it's literally the end of the month. It's like September 1st. You can't make this shit up. 2 bars, right? This is a weekly chart. Look, this is the move. I literally call the same thing over there. So 41 to 50% gives us back to the FIB extension, 80,000 web plus. Move as a function of a square. So you're looking at, in the 50%-ish, like 200 to 250% move from where we are now. Next thing you know, X is from where it is now 17 cents. Next thing you know, it's at 60 cents. Literally, within 2 weeks. But again, if you miss the move, you're done. Because I want to remind everybody, this happens during sacrifice phase. And look at how easy the price was able to be pumped. 3.5 billion hex no longer will reach circulation. That's a big deal. Richard briefly mentioned it earlier today. I don't know if people caught that. That's a big deal, right? Who's going to push the price down? You got no hex. Staking average still rising. People DMing me left and right doing 5 stakes. We see a bunch of those also happening. Somebody did out a comment earlier today. I want to address that. Say, hey, there's a big stake that did like a 15 days or 2 week stake, whatever. Remember what we always talk about.
34 million USD.
Exactly. The whales are going to do what the whales do. Remember, guys, quick math. They're pushing the share rate up to basically saying, if you're part of the staker class, that does not affect you. If you're not, there's a separation. Get your T-share now, because the elephant in the room that I need you guys to understand very, very importantly is this. This is going to go here. I'm almost certain of it. It's a no-brainer. But that also means that we're going to get near 60 cents very soon to $1, which means a T-share is going to cost $10,000. So if you thought this was expensive now, people who still procrastinating are about to be priced out very, very, very fast. So you need to really, really pay attention about how you do your staking, how you do your T-share preservation, because if you don't, you will be left behind. Let that be known. So it's very, very, very important, because the uptrend is clear. It's not stopping anytime soon. And now we're literally doing the extensions, and the extensions move faster and faster, and we're getting less and less resistance because there's less hex to be sold, because a lot of it got sacrificed. A lot of it is being staked literally on a daily, and the big wells are just pushing the share rate. Because how do I know, right? Look at the common sense of the math behind it. That big well that did the big 200 million, whatever, hex, he actually is getting less T-shares every time. So what he does to try to compensate is, I don't know if you saw that, he actually is staking more hex every time, because he started with like 150, 175 million hex rotation. But because T-share is unforgivable for everybody, because share is going up faster and faster, he's adding more hex. So now he had to do a 200 million hex stake to get close to what he used to have. And he used to get 20,000 T-shares, obviously before Big Payday, for those smaller stakes. Now he's only getting 12,000 T-shares. So you get to see, everybody listening, how deadly it can be. And it happens for everybody, every level, even for the whales. You used to get a certain amount of T-shares. You don't stake long, you get hit as well. So understand how valuable your T-shares are, especially in the long term, because they will pay you daily payout that you never thought were possible, because you hold on to them. They are the true diamonds. So it's very, very important.
Do not wait for the dip. There will not be one.
Exactly. So because they already set their target, and mind you, this is only explanatory. This is, again, before snapshot, before announcement of the testnet, none of that stuff, because this is going to run. So you need to put yourself in position. And now we're confirming with the, Bitcoin getting close to the dead cat. So protect your value, start your rotation already. Better late than never if you haven't already, because this thing is not done dipping. So be warned for that. And that's the overview for today. Thank you for listening. Unless there's a question in the chat, I'm gonna maybe stop.
Thank you, Karim.
You are very welcome.
Shout out to Cash Plus for the $10 super chat. This is looking amazing. Thanks for all the free info, guys. Our pleasure.
Thank you. Yo, really shout out to Cash Bar. I know he's been super chatting a lot. I've been watching this man pop up weeks over weeks. So I'm just glad you appreciate the value. So that's awesome. And of course, Mel Tony just dropped the price. Yeah, 17.3. We could wake up tomorrow and it's 18 cents, man. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. And then with the cross stream Richard is doing, which is great. Like tonight, if I'm lucky, I'm gonna be onboarding like 2-3 people. So at the event that I'm going to, so that's gonna be awesome. And thanks for the kind words in the chat, guys. Appreciate you guys. It's Karim, the Dream 8000. Mr. X is stupid. Uncle Larry, thanks, guys. Any questions, guys, in the chat? Please ask.
Yeah, don't be shy.
Don't be shy, please. Because I feel bad already that I can't be all night with you guys. So I want to spend as much time as possible. Stop Dream. Yeah, thank you.
We've got 283 students in attendance for this.
Future millionaires, if you're not already. Maddie, that's my goal for 2022. I want to create 10,000 hex millionaires.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Directly or indirectly, helped out, whatever. I know directly.
Many of them are watching.
20, and then this is awesome.
Wally Saurus, thank you for the $10 super chat. Fellas, thank you for the knowledge. I never paid attention in school, but I do to you fellas. Very good.
Thank you.
Start sometime, right?
Hey, listen, I look at it like this, right? I've never been able like that in school because if you don't see the value and stuff like in school, like I had friends, literally, they just dropped out because they didn't see the value and they feel like the professor wasn't trying to understand them. So they went to trade school and then they got the value there. So because I truly believe, right, we're all different in a way. Nobody's dumb. They just need to be either taught in a way that makes sense to them, or be actually interested into the thing.
People need to be pushed in the right direction, bro. That's really what it is, you know. And what they do is they try to put people through this fucking boilerplate shit, right? Like a one size fits all, and we're not all the same, and it's that simple.
Yep, we're not all screws on nails. Yep, perfectly said. Perfectly said. Some people are more artistic. Some people are more, you know, like manual reading. And this is one of my first stream actually I did with Maddie. I said again, the number one skill somebody needs to get is in the 21st century. I truly believe this is how fast can you learn? Learn how to learn. Like literally, this is why the AI is so popular or so amazing. But if you break it down, what's the number one quality AI has is how fast can it learn and duplicate the task.
Yeah.
Because we create them, but we forget that what makes them special is they learn faster. And I've done that at a young age, at first accidentally, but then I became very self-aware. Like my best way of learning is I'm a good at listening and visualize. That's why they call me the dreamer, because I can visualize in my head, like boom, like it's just, and then I see it, boom, then I run for it. So, and same thing, like is reading stuff, book for school, whatever, math. But besides that, I'm an Audible guy. I can go through a book in 4-6 hours, 2x speed, whatever. You give me the same hard copy book, it's gonna take me a week or two because it just, for whatever reason, I just read it and then I get bored, I just fall asleep. I'm like, get to the point, man, get to the point. Like, what's going on? Like, I like to download content in my brain as fast as possible. Now, funny enough, you know, my lady friend, like it's the opposite. Like she could just sit there in a room, quiet, no noise, like awkward, and she will just be like in the book, and she will read it in 4 hours. It's crazy. She will do like a page a minute. Like I've never seen that. Like so you gotta learn what works for you, because some of the stuff you have been getting that as you were younger, right? So when she was younger, she read a lot of books just cause, and then you develop the skill. Me, when I was younger, I listened to a lot of music. I listened to a lot of audible stuff and visualizing things because analogy was my go-to. That's what became my best way to learn, and I just doubled down on that. So forget the 10,000 hour rule. I'll probably have million hours, you know what I mean, built in since very, very young. So I just piggyback on that. So I can learn the content. It's the same content, but I learn it in a way that makes the most sense for me. Like I'm still even in devs. You have devs that are very good at, hey, give me the code. They just go dive in and they just figure out what's going on. Other will be like, hey, Maddie, give me the layman's guide. I just need to know the big picture, right? And then they'll do the economics and stuff. So that's the number one, if anybody listening, that's the number one in 21, the number one skill. Learn your best way to learn. How fast can you learn? and double down on that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I love that 2x button on YouTube, man.
Yeah, people are catching up. Thanks to ALLin for the $10 super chat. I'm way behind the stream, but this community has the same mindset of my real estate office. My broker always tells us there's enough for everyone. When I succeed, we all succeed. Abundance, not famine.
Awesome. Amen. Amen.
He gets
God
it.
bless. Yeah, that was a great comment. I love it. I love it. Yeah, you guys are great. You know, again, this is what we're here to do. So, and also learning from one another too, learning by osmosis, right? Having all your senses turned on. And that's why being on stream with you guys, I love it, because we get to really interact deep and go into, complex topics and things like that. So,
yeah, it's a collegial conversation, right? It's not a faked collegial conversation. It's an actual collegial conversation. We're not always going to agree. We're going to have our own point of views, and that's okay, and that's the way it should be. But at the end of the day, we're all on the same side of this mission, and that's what ultimately matters.
Exactly. So, very well said. Because you see, sadly, the crypto fools, they'll just pre-record something and they shove it to your face. And at best you can write a comment and then they'll let it exist on that. But it's always a one-way street. It's like take, and then just shove it. Like, I know better, shut up and listen. But you can't really question what they're saying. Versus when you hop on a live stream, that's why they're so afraid to do a lot of like long hours, because they know they're afraid to be debunked or realize that
that they don't know shit.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
I mean, look, it's rough, right? I honestly think those people are in a tough spot because of people like us. We have zero reason to fear calling them out. Exactly. And that's pretty much the end of that. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? Say I'm telling the truth? Good luck, bro. Like, go fuck yourself.
And then shout out to Watching 911 in the chat. God bless, brother. He say I got him to do a 5555 stakes because he saw the value. And again, that's the key. And for anybody watching that's new, that's the longest you can stake for T-share and hold it, 5,555 days. And you do what's called T-share preservation. I think this will be a good timing for me to break down what I call the mathematical unlimited perfect strategy. Doesn't matter who you are, you can start with that. And then as you know better what your life situation is, you can be more freestyle for that. And then also a funny comment, somebody said beyond 0.8, maybe it's a Bitcoin guy. So let's answer this. Say, Karim, what will make you bullish on Bitcoin? You ready? When Bitcoin hit 10K and then Richard put away the Bitcoin bear. That's the bottom. That's when and by the way, if we ever touch that, it would just be like, just to swing it and then get the value and put it back to Hex. We'll talk. And I probably won't buy it, to be honest with you. I'll probably buy Ethereum because Bitcoin will transfer value to Ethereum. I'll buy ETH and then poof. Or by then, who knows? I'll buy Pulse instead. So no, I need something that moves faster and that's not like dependable, because bear markets are rough. People don't know. What kills you is not the price going down. It's the grinding. Especially if, no offense, you don't work, you don't have another job, you only crypto. That's why it becomes very deadly, because you're living, breathing only crypto. But let's say you don't generate money in crypto, that's going to be bad. You're going to be selling your bag, selling at a loss. That's going to get you. But for those who generate money or work, or they understand that, hey, listen, it's the CD of the future. It's my retirement account, right? Delayed gratification. I said this all the time. Stay broke, not poor. Big difference. Money come, money go. Invest. Believe in yourself, all this other stuff. So when the bear market hit, this is a blessing. This is just accumulation. You know what I mean? Maybe you can buy Ethereum, sub $2,000 again. It's like, great. Or hopefully by then, Pulse, you know what I mean? And then you just build more wealth, because we all know and we have all seen what $1,000 can turn into. So imagine in a bear market, you accumulate more by 2024, 2025. I mean, forget millionaires, you know what I mean? 100 millionaires you could be, So all those things are in cahoots, which is why it's very, very important.
Good point.
So, yeah. So, and then for everybody new, so this is what I call the ultimate strategy, right? Quant clips, right? And have clips too, which is good. So what you do is, and this is for everybody listening that's maybe new, maybe you never heard that before, so that's especially for you, okay? And the goal is you use it like percentages. So that way you don't have to, dox yourself and be like, oh, I got this much money or that much money. It's a game of percentages. So what you want to do is you want to take 30% of your bag of hex and you want to stake that for the max, which is 5,555 days. Okay. Now, why is that? Very important. Quick math for 3 fundamental reasons. Number one, you're getting to preserve the T-share for the longest possible time inside the system, because the T-share in hex term especially only goes up. So you get to preserve that value for as long as you can, because the T-share is the money printer. That's what pays you every day. So it's very, very important. Number two, related to that, you're getting bonus T-shares to the max. So instead of getting 1x, you're getting 3x, because you're getting 200% bonus. The 200% bonus usually stop at 10 years. You're doing the 15-year because you want to have that T-share preservation, like I just mentioned. That's what I put in number one, the preservation of that. So you're getting the preservation, you're getting the 3x bonus, and the power of the 3x bonus is it's going to act as if you staked 90% of the bag, although you only did 30%, because the bonus is going to compensate for that. So for those of you who are a little bit, skeptical or don't know how your life's going to be in a year, you want to have some liquid, whatever, it's going to act as if you stake 90%, although you only did 30%, and you have that 70% that's still there floating, emergency, whatever it might be, something like that. And then reason number 3, which is equally powerful, is mental health in a way. You're literally getting paid every day for 15 years. You will never miss an emergency and stake penalty. Just let that sink in. That's amazing. You will get paid every day for 15 years. You will be relaxed. You're not going to miss any penalty. And also, quick math, people who do short stake, they still don't understand. Every time you do a short stake, you automatically lose a daily payout. Because even if you restake the next day, you will miss that day. So if today is the day your stake ends, and then you restake literally minutes later, you will miss that day payout. You won't be able to start until the following day. So the shorter you do, the more, compared to the 15-year stake guy, every short-term stakes that you do, you're actually losing a day of payout, which sounds like it's no big deal, but it's a big deal, because those hex per T-shares, especially when you have hundreds of them, of T-shares or thousands or whatever, that can become big deal, big money, long time in the future. Especially if you start getting $1,000, $10,000 a day, and then you're missing a day every 2 weeks or a day every month. You got to put that into perspective. Very, very important. That can separate your bag from somebody else even more, on top of the fact that obviously the share rate run away from you. Okay. So to recap, very important. You're getting the T-share preservation for 15 years. You're getting the 3x bonus, so it's going to act as if you stake 90%, and you're not going to miss any daily payout, penalty, any of that stuff for 15 years. And guess what? That's going to get copied, duplicate on the Pulse chain too, because over there, T-share acceleration is going to be a shit show. So you want to make sure you stay prepared for that. Very important. Now that we got the 30% staked, we're left with 70%. Now, what do? I call it freestyle.
Sell.
Yeah, right. And the freestyle is literally the value, and this is what Quant Gang is based out of. We don't want to tell people what to do. We want to inspire people, and we want to give them the first educate themselves so they can make their own decision. Again, we learned last week. We graduate from the just teaching you how to fish. We teach you how to hunt now. So you can say, you know what? Screw the fish. I want some steak. Let me go get some real meat. You have the tools to go do that. So in that spectrum, from the most conservative to the most aggressive, right? The most conservative is literally, like I told one of my friend, you guy, hey, just leave it liquid. You got your 30% building T-share, building wealth, leave the rest liquid. Price goes up, you get the appreciation. It's an emergency. Hey, whatever it might be. You might get hit by inflation though on that 70%, but at least the 30% is doing work for you so that it acts as if you stake 90%. So that's the most conservative, because nobody's going to argue about having 70% liquid non-stake. They'll be at peace with that. Now, moving to the middle of the spectrum. And the more you know yourself, the more you're disciplined, the more you're predictable, the better you will be able to handle that 70%. You can create, 3-year stake, 5-year stake, or the 10-year stake, birthday stake, whatever it might be, what I call money on rotation, monthly stake for expenses, whatever it might be. You're losing T-shares, you're losing certain payout, but you're doing that to get some payout to do other things with it. So you get to navigate that. And the people who get more and more aggressive, like myself, are the people who are the most disciplined, or the people who are the most predictable, because they know to the T. And this goes back to a previous stream I had about knowing what's your discretionary income, knowing how much money you can bring in every month, irrespective of crypto, if you can. Or if you work in the crypto space, if you can kind of predict how much money that you have. Like my example is I make money every month. The money that's liquid just there, the new money comes in, I buy the hex, I use the old money that's just sitting there for emergency, I turn that into a T-shirt, and then I just replace like that. And I like to do 15-year stakes, long-term rotation, because I want to get the bonus T-shirt, of course, lower my cost basis, but I'm doing it in a way that if there's an emergency, I don't have to emergency end stake at all, because there's always the emergency fund. And the discipline is before the emergency fund turn into a stake, we bring some new fund in. This is how it works. So the more disciplined you are, the more productive you are. If you know your value, if you know how much money you bring in, your expenses, all this other stuff. That's what discretionary income is. It's the money you're left of at the end of the month after all your expenses, right? Now, somebody that's more into retirement mode, obviously less discretionary income, maybe work less. He's more towards that 70% free spectrum. But I'm sure that person wants to make sure that money stretched for many, many years to go, because people underestimate how long they're going to live. You could be 65, 7 years old right now and live another 20 years easily. So people forget that. That's very important, and you don't want to be left behind. So the more you know yourself, the better you're going to be able to plan, right? Because again, this is not financial advice, but it's mathematical advice. So the more you know that, the less scared you will be and the better you will plan. I give myself as an example. I like to do 6-month stakes. So I create the force discipline. I like to raise money and then do a one-time big stake. So I buy the hex so I don't miss the price appreciation, but I get it to a certain point and then I just put it over there for 15 years because that's the only thing I like to do. So by the time I reach year 15, I literally get paid every 6 months on a 15-year stake. This is the ultimate aggressive believer, whatever you want to call it. You only have 15 years and they literally laddered out over 15 years, which is amazing. By the time you reach year 15, life is just great. So, thanks for listening. Any questions, please ask away. And then we're going to have this clipped. So this is especially for you new people watching, because we have to be mindful that, sometimes we get new people here. They don't know about this.
So. That's right. Mm-hmm. In the system, so I was talking about this today because I know it seems kind of daunting and just complicated at first, but once you actually sit down and take all the pieces and try to digest it, it becomes something that's like just a little layered cake. It's not even, it's like a little 3-layer cake.
Yep.
That's it. You got T-shares, you got the T-share rate, and then, let me rephrase. You got the T-share rate and then the dollar cost of a T-share and the dollar cost of X. That's it. Once you figure out how those 3 pieces work and how they balance each other, it's really straightforward.
Amen. Yeah. Very well said. So people saying great info, so I appreciate that. But one more thing for everyone watching you, very important. Yes, I forget that. Your first stake should always be your longest and most important stake, because the moment you enter the system for the first time, that day is the lowest and best rate in terms of share rate and hex term you will ever have. So it's very, very important that you run all the math first, run the numbers. Your first stake should always be the longest stake. So very, very important. This is why I give you the 30%. So that way it's just easy, quick math, because I already done the calculation for you. It just makes mathematical sense, because the bonus will take care of you. And even if you're rushing it, you stake the 30% for 15 years, then you relax. And then you have all the time in the world to figure out what you want to do with the 70%. And you can literally even don't stake at all and just leave it there. The 30% stake 15 years is going to preserve and build your T-share over time, value-wise, and you will combat the inflation for you, because it's going to act as if you stake 90%. That's why it's so powerful and people don't feel like, oh, I have to rush. If you're going to rush into a stake, that's the move you want to do. And it's just mathematical perfection.
It really is.
Stay in liquid 70% if you're the type of character that wants to build character. It's a good way to do it.
For sure.
You hold on to that and you don't sell when it's not staked. Oh man.
That requires some effort.
Yeah, exactly. Because the cool thing wind up happening a lot of the time.
Fail.
I've had that epiphany too, is that as you realize that it just works and you see the daily payout every day, you naturally be like, oh wow, this actually is awesome. And the next thing you know, you naturally want to stake the rest. And then because you no longer stress, like we're talking about earlier with Maddie, you're able to raise your vibration. You're not in fear, anxiety, whatever. You're calm, you're relaxed. Now you can actually proper plan. And it's amazing because you get inspired. You want to live longer. You're looking out in the future. Highly successful people, highly productive people always talk in the future. Always live in the future. Because they don't worry about it, they're worried about what they're about to build, what they're about to grow, where they're going. They're always on the move, achieving, accomplishing. When your friend tell you after 2, 3, 5 years, hey, oh wow, you haven't changed, No, that's not a fucking compliment. That's bad. That means you haven't learned shit. You haven't evolved. You haven't become a better version of yourself. So every time you hear that, that means you hit status quo. No good. You must evolve. You must change. You must meet new people. You must always trying to self-improve. This is why it's so powerful. And raise your vibration. Yes, I'm glad the guy cut that in the chat. It's very important because you will realize seriously, like people that listen to fear all the time or negative vibrations, like a lot of the times, you don't realize you're barely using maybe 10%, 20% of the capacity of what your brain can do. From literally what you can compute to what your dreams can be, your imagination, anything that could be inspiring to you. And that's why our community come up with great things. You know, Maddie has great inspirational things too. And then as a community, we keep growing, coming new ideas because we're not out there stressing out. Oh, what is the price going to do there? Like, and we can plan, we can play chess because time is on our side because we're monetizing time. Time is not against us. We can sit here, almost see the matrix. We tell, oh, here's a dead cat bounce. Here's what's going to happen. Here's the rotation. Get in. We literally tweet about it because we can see because we're no longer in stress. It's not like we're super special human. It's just we're not operating out of scarcity, out of fear mindset, anger, this, that. We're very welcoming. But then again, we don't tolerate bullshit too. Because if our house is in order and at peace, we're not going to allow people just to come in and bring chaos. That's just not going to happen.
Never ever, not allowed. And in fact, a lot of the people that stream they take pride in setting a standard, right? And how they approach the game, right? And the game is just providing information and making sure that information is in fact viable, verifiable, and replicable. Because what are we doing if we're sharing information that's pointless to you? We're not doing anything with that. I mean, you can go to watch anybody else for that. They're in abundance as well.
Amen.
You know, so while we're here operating from abundance, it's important to understand that at the same time, a lot of the information out there that's not worthwhile is also in abundance. And this is why you have to really always remain skeptical. Always be ready to ask questions. Always be willing to ask questions because you got to be able to understand what that person is actually saying, and don't ever assume. Like, really don't.
Absolutely, and ask for fucking receipts too. Because listen, I'm in the sales business, so I see this all the time. But like I told you guys all the time, there's a difference between salespeople and sales professionals. The professional, they always got the receipts. That's why they always calm because they know push comes to shove. Hey, I can deliver. I have the proof right here. Nothing to hide. You know what I mean? So. Because that's what makes the difference. That's how you get to call them out because some of them can play the part for a very, very long time. Very, very long time because they've been doing this for a while. This is why I love the stream Wells had yesterday with Joe Exotic because he was also, you know, he didn't say names, but he kind of hinted. He had a first-hand taste of what's going on in those crypto industry, what's going on. And to me, I already know because it's not just crypto. I've seen that in traditional market. I've seen that in sales and whatever. What I call the fucking politics, which I hate. People just double face this, that, and they want something out of you in the moment. They find something against you or this or that. They'll use that. It's just crazy. Because again, they always play the zero-sum game. They always operate out of scarcity. Instead of looking like, hey, you're doing well. Let me learn from you, right? X, Y, and Z. How can I? Boom, right? Maddie, remember? How can I? Instead of be like, oh, let me try to shut it down. Because all of a sudden they feel threatened because they feel like your success stopped their success because they're not willing to do the work. They're not willing to look internally.
Correct.
To realize that, oh, what have I done lately? Like, well, how can I, be better and all this other stuff? And they don't do that. It's easy to just go say, hey, I'm perfect and it's somebody else's fault. Instead of looking inward and trying to figure out how I can truly become better. And they don't understand that only by doing that, the truth will set you free and you'll actually be less frustrated. Because if Karim is your problem, you're always going to get frustrated because you can't control Karim. But if you say, hey, you know what? I'm the one feeling some type of way. Let me go figure out what's going on inside. Because I can change me because I control me. Therefore, I have hope. And that's the mindset those people don't understand. Some of them find out the hard way. Some of them, it's awareness. It's not easy because you got to be aware. That's what I told you guys sometimes. It's not just being smart. It's the wisdom. I think that's what we bring also a lot. The Quant game it's the wisdom. It's not just making money. It's how you make money, your mindset. Wells told you guys many times, Manny as well. Make the money, keep the money, and learn how to protect your mental state. Very important. All this are protection mechanism. So you don't get taken advantage of. And you protect yourself from yourself.
Mental state is everything.
Amen.
Yeah, and you can 100%. Spend 10 years building up stuff, friends, relationships, money, boats, cars, everything.
Mm-hmm.
One day of bad mental state, it's all gone.
It's all gone.
That's literally all it takes.
This is literally the definition of those people that win the lottery and then they didn't do the work, the inner work, the mental work. They can't handle it.
Game over, man. Game over. Almost impossible to recover from. You look at people that are successful and then they fall from grace, right? And the question is how or why. And it's always a mental lapse, always. Because the only thing that you'll happen to find out is that they'll say, if only I didn't do or say, it's some regret based on some action because they weren't thinking clearly.
Absolutely. A lot of if statement for that. And this is where wisdom comes in because you're not just learning from your mistakes, you're learning from other people's mistakes. And as you guys know, I'm big with quotes. I love quotes. One of my favorite quotes, actually, from Abraham Lincoln. He said, I've always learned from people. It's just that sometimes I learn what not to do. Whew, that hits me. It's deep. It's deep. What's easy to do is also easy not to do. That's why it's so hard. It's so hard because it's easy. Quant clips. I hope you catch that. It's very, very important. Because if you don't manage your own greed, this is how you get slaughtered.
Yeah, I mean, think about
times and times and times.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, think about all the times that you thought something was gonna happen and you were all excited and it just fell through the crack. That's so common, right? And this is a function of that, because what's happening is that you're mentally psyching yourself out for something that you haven't really even prepared yourself for yet. So it's going to have to fall through the crack because you really aren't ready for it. But you're trying to get ahead of being ready for it. And that's just something that, people are always going to do, man. As crazy as it is, it's just nature of the beast.
Yep.
And for a lot of the, the experiences that people have with sudden wealth, it's really hard to prepare for it because it's taboo to talk about, right? For a lot of people, finances, for security concerns, they don't talk about their crypto. If you look up what are some of the advice points if you get suddenly wealthy, one of them is to not tell everybody right away, is to take your time to tell your loved ones and to make sure that that goes well one person at a time instead of telling everybody and then not realizing how it's going to make you feel and how it's going to make other people feel, that maybe your struggle is changing or right the things that motivate you. I mean, when people get suddenly wealthy, all of a sudden all the rewards that used to feel good might change, right? Those levers might not work anymore when finances change so much. And so it sounds really great. It's a day that most people have been dreaming of when they become a millionaire or a multimillionaire. But then they face it, and what if everything isn't as good as they imagined, right? Mm-hmm. What if the stuff that you buy and the experiences that you go on, what if you don't like them? And then all of a sudden you're facing your dream reality, and it's not going very well. That can put a lot of pressure on people. And so as the world transitions from a place of scarcity to a place of abundance, I think it makes sense for us to be talking more about how people can adapt to, whatever it is, right? To whatever their financial situation is changing. I know for me, I delayed a lot of gratification in order to get where I am in crypto. And that happened even before Hex was invented. People in Bitcoin were, explaining how delaying gratification is helpful, and buying dips and living below your means, and saving for your future. And even though the fiat system doesn't reward that, it seems like the crypto system, and especially Hex, it really does reward delaying gratification. But then how do you transition from your life of delaying gratification to adjusting your lifestyle, right? And those are things that we talk about on Hex Therapy Live and on Quant Gang and wherever Hexicans have gathered.
Excuse me.
It's very important what you just said. I want to unpack a couple of things here, which is important. And I'm trying to use it in a scientific way, in a way to kind of people understand kind of Quant Gang, because this is literally the key, right? What I used to call when I was younger, the key to life, because it happens to a lot of us. We don't even realize at different level. It's not just becoming like a millionaire. You get the same kind of wealth syndrome, believe it or not, when you go from dead broke / almost homeless, whatever, to just back on your feet. You get that similar type of kind of like feeling, oh, wow, I can do X, Y, and Z now. I'm no longer in fear doing blah, blah, blah. Or when you go from surviving to thriving, having your little something, your little personal freedom, be able to travel, do the things that you kind of wanted to do, not just working for somebody that you hate because you got to pay the bills. Like, you see those transitions, but the problem is people don't raise their vibration, their awareness to see what is actually happening. And this is why they don't learn from it. And this is why bad things keeps happening to them over and over and again. And the secret to all of that, which connected, is gratitude. This is why gratitude is so important and so powerful, right? When I left my country, right, for those who watch my first stream with Maddie, when I left my country, when I come here, and something I used to see, obviously good and bad, near-death experience, whatever, and I got here, the gratitude is really what overwhelmed me to be, I'm just happy to be alive. And this is when I realized, right, the 4 pillars, right? Health, wealth, love, happiness. But to get to happiness, you got to get those 3. But you start with that first layer, kind of like the pyramid of Maslow, right? The base. I realized that, whoa, I made it alive. Whoa, I got my arms and my leg. Whoa, I didn't get shot. What's going on here? Like, automatically, you feel wealthy to some degree, because now you're not complaining about anything else. You just want to have work. You want to do the things because you no longer got those PTSD, those dangerous environment that you were in. You're just happy that you got out of that. Just that alone can make you appreciate what you have. And then from there, right, when you start building the wealth and do this and other things, that gratitude allows you to respect the work that you do. Perfect example today. Most of the people that I work with, most of the people that I manage, some of them kind of know, because some of them have no clue that I could literally just stop, be retired. And I work harder than most of them because I am so grateful, because I remember when I didn't have anything. I remember when I had my first job, my first, sales gig, whatever it might be, or my first solo client, and how I made my first, $1,000 commission, and it felt like my world just changed. I finally got an escape. So I've always respected the work. This is why I get abundance and the blessing. I never took it for granted. But what I'm here to say here is just to show some of the tricks. The tricks is to show gratitude. Gratitude is what really helps you out. Because if you don't have that rock, if you don't have that gratitude, then you will easily forget. You won't remember. And then you will start to disrespect the world. You will disrespect the people around you. You will disrespect people that helped you when you were, in the bottom, whatever it might be. And sooner or later, the karma start to change. And then you get punched in the face, and then it's too late. Because those people are genuinely here for you, not the fake ones. You let them go. You surround yourself with the fake ones. Next thing you know, they steal all your money, or all those bad things start to happen. That's what happens, especially those people that win the lottery. So I'm here to say the secret is gratitude, because I really allow you to remember what's important. So you always have that moral compass, and you know that the money is not going to just get to your head. That's why it's very, very important. And after you've done that for a while, to discipline, it really doesn't matter. That's why Richard says it's about glory anymore, because he's been doing this for so long. He's already wealthy, he's already whatever. He has learned all those things. He knows that his knowledge and all the things that he does is what's very valuable. He knows that if all of a sudden, everybody like that knows, if you lose all your fucking money, but you have the knowledge, you can always recreate. That's why I use the analogy of like being trained like a Navy SEAL. Drop me anywhere, ready to go. What's the mission? Let's roll. Because I remember the training. I have the blueprint. And this is how you can truly operate out of abundance. You're not worried about object scarcity, this, that, because you have the blueprint. This is what separates you. So when you get to that wealth, first you got to be aware of what's going on. You have to be very, very grateful. You have to remember what got you here. You have to remember the thing that was working so you can double down. Everybody watching right now understand that delayed gratification to some extent is what got you here. Listening to the right people and not the furus is also what got you here. Doubling down on the people that treat you the best, not people that tell you how good they feel about you, people that show you. Action talk louder than words, right? We talked about it last week. Knowledge is part that's garbage. Apply knowledge. People that just talk superficial stuff, but they can't show you actionable proof, receipts, that just say, hey, this is what we think is going to happen, price is going to go up, whatever. No, those are the people you want to avoid, because they don't want what's best for you. Those who want what's best for you, they actively show it to you day in, day out. You can reach out to them, you can talk to them, you know what's going on, and you can quantify the results over time. That's why it's very important. So be grateful, surround yourself around the right people. Even family, be careful. Sadly, in the beginning, some family members, they can't really understand because they haven't done the work themselves. So sometimes family can backstab you. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. So you have to first get your inner circle. That's why the group of men will always have, a group of friends, people that understand the struggle, that have been through what you've been through, people that you can rely on. And they could be not related to you. They're just people that you know that they've done the work. They know what's going on. And then once you master how to control your emotion, how to not be played, how to read the signals, then you can go talk to family and all the other people and see the fake friends or whatever. You will never be swayed because you have the training. You know what's going on. You'll be like, oh, shit, that's one of those. Okay, cool. Do like that. You're not going to be rude, but you're going to be in the room knowing what's going on. So this is why we want to equip people to know how to read the room. So like a Navy SEAL, they can go any country, any places. It doesn't matter. They know what's going on. And real recognize real exactly for that. Because those who know. Those who don't, unfortunately, they like in crypto, they become the liquidity, sadly. So, and this is what we're trying to do here, especially on game. Man, price going up again.
All
right, cool. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Yeah. This is the wisdom that I've learned throughout the years that I want to share with people. So, because I feel like we have something special here as a community. And again, perfect example. The community is showing me. See, Manny, people come here every week. To me, that's actionable proof. They want to be here.
Attendance.
That's their Tuesday night. They could have been somewhere else. Some people probably watching this probably 2 a.m. somewhere. You know what I mean? So it's just because they could watch the replay, but they want to watch it firsthand because they respect the value of the content. So to me, I see that as, oh, wow, I want to bring my A game. I want to give all my knowledge away because I want to be valuable, because I want people to respect the value, not the name, but what I bring to the table, right? That's my version of glory in a way, kind of like what Richard does. And it starts from the top and it trickles down. And like Wells perfectly said, I think it was like last week. Well, when did you say this about Richard? I said, like, we're not just followers, like random followers. We actually follow the principles, which we agree
execute,
with.
Right? We replicate. It's just like you said earlier. We replicating. Richard Hart replicating himself through us, and others are being replicating, and we're replicating ourselves through others. Right. And that's just because we're just speaking from what we know, what we've lived, and the experiences that we have to share.
Shout out to all the content. Yeah, Mark Reese said, yes, 315. Where is that? And then Operation Shutdown says, I'm watching live because this is valuable content. God bless.
Thank you.
Thanks to Dean DK for the 10 Australian dollar super chat. Appreciate Quant Gang. Streams are always packed with great info. Our pleasure.
For sure.
Amen. Amen.
And thank you to ALLin. Shouting out to Karim in Boston. Going out to some good places. Right on.
Encore. Okay. Come through. Yeah, Encore is the casino that that we have now. And it's pretty nice. Low key, it's not too far from my house. So yeah. I don't gamble, but they have a really nice venue. They have great buffet food, and there's a club in there, which is really, really cool. It's called Memoire, which in French means memory. So memorable. That's what we're here to do. But yeah, no, very excited. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, no expectation, but guys, I wouldn't be surprised if we do an all-time high before Friday. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Again, be prepared, be wise, reach out, spread the word. We appreciate you guys as always. If you haven't staked, start seriously thinking about doing that. It's very important. Don't get left behind. We're still very, very early. They're called T-share for a reason. Trillions of shares. There's going to be years where we're going to go to billion and then million, and then having one T-share is going to be like having that one Bitcoin that people used to throw around like it's no big deal, because this thing never keeps going up. I wouldn't be surprised if one day, in the distant future, one hex is like $100 or $1,000, because why not? Because again, the product is what's very important. So understand what you own, knows what it can do for you long term, and delay gratification, get the reward. So we're going to be here to help out. So yeah. Paul's Chan is going to be here soon.
Again, thanks, Karim. Just to what you were saying, it's just every time anyone talks about, what Hex is doing and what it's always going to do, I just, it's still hard to really appreciate how having a smart contract that does a thing that's never going to change, the impact that has, because I've said this before, but every other investment scheme, what they're doing today, you don't know what they're going to do next year. Maybe they change the brochure, maybe they upgrade, but oops, it wasn't an upgrade,
or they changed their name.
It's incredible.
Rebrand, right?
Or whatever, or get conglomerated, and then just all kinds of things happen. Wiped out by a freaking earthquake. I don't know. Turns out they invested in Enron, and you just don't know. But to have something that's, as far as anyone can tell, is solid for 15 years and, into infinity, theoretically. I mean, even if it's got a chance of being that and you don't believe it, it's still something that hasn't really ever existed before in the financial realms. So, it changes everything. Your usual knee-jerk reaction to like, oh, you need to invest for 15 years or whatever. You need to stop and think, hang on a minute, there's never been an investment vehicle like this before. You need to step back and go through the thinking process again. Yeah, you've been right for everything else 100,000 times in a row, and you just, like water off a duck's back, right, when someone comes to you with something like that. But this is actually a different beast, and it pays to just step back and have another look at it, because it's different.
Exactly.
And it's really cool.
And this is the essence of building wealth, which is delayed gratification. Like anything that you find wealthy, anything from monetary value, wealth of knowledge, right? There's a reason why when you want to learn a degree or learn any type of skill, the time that the discipline, all this other stuff, the best at whatever you're learning the first day, right? You have to go to the trial, you have to delay gratification, learn, and then you get the value. And then once you get it, it pays you multiple times over the years. That's how powerful it is. When you master a skill, go back and try to relearn the skill, you can utilize that skill and it pays you multiple times. It's the same thing. We're literally enforcing and embodying all the key things of what building wealth is about. We literally engineer what matters the most. And this is why it's so key, because it's so simple yet very direct. That's why it should not change. It's like that oak tree, right? The North Star. that point of reference. It's supposed to not move. It's supposed to be where it's going to be.
Tree, yeah.
Anything can move, anything can change, but this is always going to be there. And that's really what sets it apart. And this is why it's so unique. And this is why they're obviously the crypto furrows, they can't understand, because a lot of them are not even looking for that. They're looking for the get rich quick scheme. They don't really care. They pretend that they do, but they don't. They just want to perpetuate whatever the machine is doing and then just using people, and that's that. You know what I mean? They don't think second twice. This is why they can never duplicate the bond that we have with our community, because you can't fake really caring for people at the end of the day. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? We have the receipt. That's why I love
being free to do so.
Pay ads or all this other stuff, because there's no need.
No.
So yeah, shout out to my Richard will get a Nobel Prize one day. I firmly believe that, man. Whatever I can do, if we have to vote, whatever shit, I will make sure. Because T-share is a revolution, man. It's really the key. Really the key. I can see it, guys. Like literally, by the time Pulse Chain launch, it's happening. It's going to happen. It's gonna be amazing. So, and even Pulse Chain being deflationary is gonna be even better.
It's just, this whole space is just so, the amount of things that anyone's been in the crypto space and then the promise space and now back in the crypto space again. Yeah. Sure, you can lose a lot of money trading and all the rest of that, but there are times where, like the 1 inch airdrop, for example, and the what was the one before that, the Uniswap airdrop, where, we get paid just for being here sometimes. Not every day, but
the free money that Richard was referring to earlier today, which is key.
It's crazy. Again, you just for being here, you get paid, and it just, how do you convey that to people that?
But understand something,
I
right?
just wish there was a way.
Yeah, but understand something that's very powerful. Again, it's that wisdom again. Just being here is not that easy, because if you readjust to the population, the 8 billion people, we're very, very small. So the fact that you're here is amazing. Either somebody was kind enough to get you introduced, or you were smart enough, or maybe not smart, like what do you want to call it, but you find your way here. That's the value. That's what we say to people, the hidden value. That's what wisdom is about when we say delayed gratification, right? Like meditation. What's easy to do is easy not to do. The action is doing nothing. That's the action. Most people can't stand still for literally 30 seconds. Imagine years. The doing nothing is really the action that generates. That's what time monetization is about. And to answer the gentleman in the chat, Zen K might say, why is T-share the key? It must be new. Because the T-share is what you need to have in order for you to receive the daily payout. Because, right, you take your hex, you buy T-share, what we call money printers, which is a trillion share in the system. So every day you get that payout. And the longer you hold this T-share, the more compounding that payout is going to be for you over time. That's what you're getting paid for. You're getting paid to support and protect the price over time. And you're getting paid because you have that delayed gratification. So it's just nobody pointed it like that before. So that's why the average person doesn't see the value. This is why there's a lot more, a lot less wealthy people in general. Not rich, big difference. There's a lot less wealthy people compared to rich people or even the rest. But the super wealthy are the one that never worry. They're the one that, because rich people come and go, make money, lose money, because they rely on that one thing. They don't understand that it doesn't matter how many hours you sell, whatever. If you don't have something that makes money while you sleep, you're not going to be able to catch up. So that's the key. And on top of that, we're in crypto, which helps fight some of the inflation. So we get to accelerate that wealth building even faster. But the discipline is even more required because there's more temptation. There's more flip this, flip that. Having that discipline is really what separates you. And that's how you blink, you come back 6 months later. And like my friend was like, dude, you made me a millionaire in 6 months. That's crazy. But what he doesn't realize is, no, you pay attention. You listen to me. You took action. You did the learning. You did your ladder. You staked. So yes, I helped out, but you did 90% of the work. I was just here to give you the information. And you were, I guess, fortunate enough or wise enough to say, oh, Karim never lied to me. This thing makes sense. I need to pay attention. Oh. So this is why it's so important. And that's what the average person constantly miss, because they never seen those things as valuable before. And guess what? That's why they were never wealthy to begin with. That's why I know people that make a lot of money that just blow the paycheck every month. I know people that work with me that make similar money, but they're broke. Literally, they're broke. All they do is just blow the money.
That was my whole life, Karim. Before I had more disposable income than anyone in my peer group, times 10 at times.
And again, we've all been there.
But I was in debt up to my eyeballs, and I couldn't give you $10 if you asked me for it because I didn't have it. It was covering debts, boats, cars.
And the beauty with Hex is that forced discipline is there to help you. So it doesn't matter who you are, where you start, you used to be that guy or not that guy, it doesn't matter. If you utilize the system, it's literally designed for you to learn the right mechanisms to become wealthy, to reprogram your brain, change your mindset, raise your vibration, don't even fear anymore. It's backed by math and allow time to do its work. That's what this is about.
You make a lot of great points, and I think that, like, I know for me, when I was looking for that investment, right, that one thing that's going to make me rich and blah, 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 the whole idea for me was just considering, right, like all of the potential downside that comes with trying to find that. And when you find something that A, has never existed before, B, works constantly, because, I mean, we all use software every day. We know that software is hard to accomplish, making good software is hard. And, we're fortunate enough to be able to interact with great protocols on a consistent basis. And I think that maybe is a little, not taken, maybe it's a little taken a little bit for granted, maybe, right? Because it's just nonstop, like clockwork. I know that there are times that I don't even really give much thought as to what the system's doing because it just does it, right? Like the piece that comes with being involved in this is pretty, it's pretty crazy. And we're pretty fortunate, and sometimes people just have to what's the best way to put it, really assess, right, or reflect on the decisions that they make and realize that sometimes it's like Karim just said, it's them, it's not anybody else, because at the end of the day, you're the person pulling the buy, click and buy, click and stake, whatever the case is, you're the person taking that action. And we're just providing you with the information that's going to help you make the right decision. That's it.
Absolutely. Because we can sing to the cows come home, right? If the person don't press the button, do that, and take the action, all that is I don't want to say useless, but it goes to waste because it's not being actioned upon.
Right.
And because action is everything, that's what we talk about, massive action. You know what I mean? That's why, hard work beats talent when talent don't work. Right? Talent could be, in this example, the same thing as, here's the knowledge, here's the things, like you can like spoon feed somebody, but if they don't take action, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
You so need to be a rapper, Karim. Those lines you come out with. I want to hear that.
In another life, I was, Hey, when I'm in my car sometimes, German, hey, listen, when the all-time high comes in, get ready. There's going to be a movie there. It's gonna be crazy.
If it's not you in the car, it's you buzzing some moves.
Oh, man. I got the perfect song in my mind right now. It's gonna be crazy. Oh man, so, let's make it happen, people. But yeah, no, but that's the key though. That's the key. That's why again the wisdom is important. It's important because the little things like that can easily be missed if those people don't pay attention. So that's why I always give them the credit, because I want to empower them. Like, they're doing the work, they don't realize. Sometimes you're doing amazing, you don't even realize how amazing you're doing. And then over time, you look back and, oh, wow, I've done this. Look how far I've come. Boom, boom, boom. People now looking at their 15-year stake, then they look at, oh, wow, it's been almost 10% already. You're like, wow. Like, all of a sudden, 15 years is not that long. Like, I like to put things in perspective. Like, you know what I mean? Wherever age you are, chances are, if you have a long-term savings account, 401k, all this other stuff, you are already conditioned or already doing those things, but it doesn't really pay you like the way Hex pay you every day. You know what I mean? So it's like, when you put things in perspective, you realize 15 years is not that long, because you're supposed to have an abundant life. You're supposed to have a long life. Why would you look back and be like, oh, I'm not going to be here? Like, no. You see, that's like, again, it's that scarcity mindset. Like, no. And then if you feel like you're not in the right path in terms of, your health or whatever, then that becomes another good reason for you to try to, shift things up, trying to eat healthier, trying to exercise. You can't run, walk, go around, do something, Yeah, Jeff G, that's my boy. Yeah, Jeff, you're right. He texts me. This is my perfect example, 6 months in. So trusted me, put in the work, did the action. And I told him all the time, you did the work. I just provided the information. That's about it.
Yeah, it's important.
It's not like we invented Hex or anything. We're just telling the story.
Yeah, exactly.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's can't you really? I mean, we're saying it so nonchalantly, but this is very important. You know what I mean? Like, this is really, really important, because that's why taking other people's trades, for example, or doing things based on others never works. Because at the end of the day, the decision that's being made has to be made by you, right? It has to be made in accordance with your logic and all of these things that can only, basically can only be created in your head. Like, these things have to come from you. There is no way that you're going to hold a 15-year stake if you don't grasp the benefits of doing so.
Exactly. And that's the key, because we're not always going to be next to you, right? Empowering the people is better than feeding people.
Purple stupid.
JB as example, teaching, child single, quick math. Oh, we should do music. I'll be down. I'll be down. What? Put some t-shirts in that too.
Pulled that from the source.
Oh, no. 1999. First release free. Don't worry about it.
Oh man, that's too funny.
Payment hacks.
It has to be you. The whole, you were saying, Wales, it has to be you. That's embedded right down in the smart contract and how the whole thing works.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't sit there dishing out interest each day or whatever. It doesn't do squat until you run the code. It has to be you. No one else can do it. Like, literally no one else can do it. If they don't have your keys, they can't make the contract do anything that aids you in any way at all, except maybe good accounting.
Right.
You've got
it's
yourself
those
locked
subtle
up.
truth that keeps dropping, and then some people just like over time realize, oh wow, look how far I've come again, and then it hits you, and then you're like, boom, and then once you see that, all of a sudden everything becomes clear. It's like you saw the Matrix and you understand what's going on. And the more and more eye-opening becomes for people, the better it will be, and that's how the community grow at an exponential rate. Because then each one that get it right, each one teach one, and then we just explode from there, and then we changes everything. So that's why it's so powerful. That's why I'm very excited. And then with Pulse Chain, what I love the most is it's going to make our onboarding effort even easier, because the fee is going to be lower. People are going to be able to build wealth faster, right? We're going, again, the same way Hex don't have the negative externality of the miners. Well, guess what? Pulse going to help that too. No more crazy $35 transaction fee. It's the same thing as like paying the Bitcoin miner. Now you're paying the Ethereum miner. Once we remove that, boom, wealth acceleration can happen even faster. The faster people become wealthy, the faster you cannot deny the power of the content and the power of what the smart contract is doing for people.
Yep, it's gonna be crazy, because the cool thing is that a lot of people that were apprehensive towards Hex or whatever are gonna now have a more open mind, because there's less of a reason to really be apprehensive any further. Now you're on a blockchain that is basically created by the same team that created Hex. So what's the problem? It removes that barrier that mental barrier of entry, right? That currently exists because of all the furus and they're lying, and basically the whole promise coin space is lying because it eats their lunch, right? It literally eats their lunch, because what's happening is that you are guaranteeing an entity, whether person or actual entity, the ability to attain a yield with no overhead at a rate that most businesses can't pull off. And that's important to understand. That last sentence right there.
Certainly not consistently.
Not consistently. That's the key, right? You know, when we go through these charts in a little bit, because I'm almost done, I was able to salvage. I had a little mess over here, but you guys will see what I'm talking about because it's very important. Sometimes a flat rate of change is the best rate of change, and you guys will see what that means in the near term, in the future. Let me wrap this up over here, because you know, that's the strength of Hex, right? Like, this is why people buy Hex, because it works. It does this. It does that. It's no funny business, right? And nobody likes funny business. Nobody wants to deal with that, and that's why when you find Hex is like, oh my God, this is like the best thing ever, blah blah blah, because it literally is. You know, it literally is, because there is nothing better currently at this point in time. And that's just the nature of the beast, man. Until further notice, you know, that's just how the cookie's crumbling. And it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing lasts forever. And I think if we can accept that, then, you know, we'll be all right. You know, it's not the end of the world just because Hex is the best thing right now. There might come something, you know, something else might come in the future. You never know.
Right? The truth will set you free, always.
But for right now, that's it. The truth will set you free.
Just keep showing up.
That's it.
Keep showing up.
Just keep showing up, because 90% of winning is just that. So, you know, you can't go wrong if you're doing the bare minimum, which is just showing up. So do yourself the favor. If you're new to Pulse and you've never dabbled in Hex, you know, don't play yourself, man. It's out there for everybody. So get some. Yep. Ask questions, learn about it, because again, it's about you making the decision, not some random individual that doesn't have your best interests in mind.
Exactly.
Not who you want to be taking advice from at all or ever. And that is just good life advice. No licensing required for that, right? I mean, look at all the people that they've wrecked, right? I mean, don't have to take my word for it. Just look outside, as always. You know, it is what it is. And people are going to always find a way, right, to lie to themselves and just come up with these just implausible theories, man. You know what I mean? Just theories. Because none of the things that they ever say can even be proven. You know, and one thing that I've realized recently, just to highlight this and put a nail in the head of that, is that we have 624 data points that obliterate every single piece of libelous slander that's thrown our way. 624 data points. Now, what is the dimensionality of that data set? Now, that makes it a whole lot bigger, because now you're saying, well, we've had 624 days of uptime.
Yep.
But here's the cool thing. This is what's gangster, because this is what literally shuts everybody up. And I'm mad I never thought about this before, but it's probably because it's a little too advanced. But the reality is it's not, because the problem is that the rest of the space is behind. And we are so far ahead that it's impossible for them to even understand what the hell is going on over here, because they're not used to anything with any kind of standard of quality or anything, right? Like,
when you Wild Wild West,
that's
it.
It.
Understand that, you know, not only Hex is now almost 2 years old, but like Richard said all the time, it took many years for Hex to be built. People think like it just show up out of nowhere. No, like that's why there's no surprise here. There's no like luck, like the fact that all the uptimes, all the accolades, right? It's literally the design intention. That's where the confidence comes from, right? When you know, you know. It's when you don't know that you get hit, you know. And then again, Purple had a great thing that I love here, comment. He said, yeah, objectively, Hex is the best crypto. This is not maximalism. Exactly. Because when you know, you know. Because again, it's backed by math. That's what Quant game is about. You know what I mean? If something was better, would I be able to prove it with the math and then say, oh, yeah, let's go check it out.
That's it.
So in terms of building value, retaining the value, and providing a product with product market fit, not just a project and change this and hype and this and that, because the moment the hype goes away, or it turns out they don't deliver into what they said, because again,
which is usually the case, right?
Now what? We run for the hills? Like, no, it doesn't make any sense. And once you find what you need,
understand the game theory that went into Hex. Understand the game theory that went into Hex. The fact that it took years for its inventor and all of those who helped him and advised him to figure out the game theory, the optimum play, and then look at how that game theory was implemented in the code, and then figure out how to actually use it. If you go through those phases, which is the hard route, right, you will find yourself inevitably, I think, becoming sort of religious about it and sounding like we do.
Yep.
Because that's where it's really at. The design goes deep. You'd be amazed. It's just some computer code, but
that's why it took so long. Yeah. And this is why we got amazed as we dive deep and figure out for ourselves. And then now our role more in the community is like teaching people how to play the game the right way, so they get to maximize the benefit of the game, so everybody wins, because it's so perfectly designed to do it something that's going to benefit everybody. Again, no scarcity mindset here, abundance, and generates for everybody. Now people just need to know the rule of the game, play the game the right way, because like any games, to make sure the rule gets enforced, there's also penalties, right? So you have to learn the game so you don't get the other side, which is, being penalized, because it's like a defense mechanism, right? So, and as people get more and more educated, and as a community, that's why we're growing at a rapid rate, because people are playing the game the best way. We want to optimize. Everybody wants to optimize. So, yeah.
And while you're doing all that I was talking about, I hope you got your T-shares first. Then you go down that.
Always.
Or you're going to be very sorry for following that advice. It'll take you months.
Yeah. Get your T-shares set for sure.
I mean, it's kind of cool because we're able to really break things down in such a way, because we spend so much time really diving deep and studying and really trying to understand exactly what the mechanics are, how they actually work, how they intertwine. I mean, how many things did we discover in real time just talking about it on stream, right? A lot of the things that we talk about, it was just discovered by talking about it. And that's how things work.
It's personal realization, but also it's kind of like an awakening in a way where, again, when you learn about osmosis, it's like when you're in a gathering with a group of people, whether it is physically, virtually, and you bounce ideas and stuff, you're in that pendulum, and the mindset is shared with everybody else. So you're learning at a faster speed because you're not by yourself. You're bouncing ideas because there's certain things that when you try to do trial and error, you can't answer your own questions sometimes because you're the one asking the question, right? When you bounce with somebody else that gives you the other perspective, this and that, you get closer. So having that done on steroid, especially with like-minded people that initially found the same thing, everything gets accelerated. And we always look at, okay, what can go wrong? What can do this and that? So just like when we do our streams, we all look at, okay, this is what we're seeing. This is what's going on. Look at the GBTC, look at the premium, look at the chart, da-da-da. And then we always look at it like, okay, what can go wrong? Where is it that we could be wrong? And then that forces us to look for so many different data points, like you said, to the point where they keep pointing out the same thing. And after a while, you're like, all right, cool. I can safely make this assumption that this is the derived conclusion, right? Because I've checked all those data points. That's the key. That's what changes everything. They call it in the US, when I got here in Boston, they call it the melting pot, right? That's what people call it in Boston.
That's what they
because you bounce ideas from all around the world, right? That's how they're trying to do the brain drain stuff. California, Silicon Valley, back in the day, whatever. So once you're able to be around like-minded people, bounce off ideas, great innovation comes. So.
That's it, baby. It's interesting, right? Because when you sit there and you think about just the way people's brains work, right, and how some people just lean on books versus some of us that don't, it just shows the uniqueness in not just environment and how environment breeds the robustness of a mentality, right? Oh, got it. Look at that. That's
nice. This is awesome.
Fancy.
I know, right? Hey, see, this is awesome. No, I love it, man.
I'm just measuring stuff out right now.
Yeah.
And listening to this is an awesome episode that we're having in real time, right? Everything that we've been saying really vibes, and it's really amazing. I think it does come down to community. I think it does come down to what we've been saying all along, and it makes it easier, right, to show up every week, to have a consistent story, to keep talking about the same crypto hacks, to look forward to interacting with each other, and the audience here is really awesome.
Because it's so interesting, right? And then also, again, repetition matter of all skill, because you think you know until you know, right? You have to get to that level 3. Like, you listen, you understand, and you internalize what it can do for you and how you can do different things. And perfect example, I want to give him a quick shout out. Jim Nitz, the great comment in the chat, says, thanks. What was it? The one right here. Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Karim, for putting any doubts to rest for me. Last week, when you show us your stake, it was the real truth that I needed to see to get my skeptical self off the sideline. See, that's powerful. Perfect example. He's been in the community for a while. Obviously, he probably heard, right? He listened, he understood, but he hadn't really internalized. And then people learn at different speed, right? Some people, they're more visualized, like me, right? He saw, oh, that's what I shared this to show people, like, no, like, I'm doing this. Like, it's for real. Like, this is not, because a lot of the time, some people literally can price themselves out of an opportunity because they're missing that last piece to make them pull the trigger. And then end up kicking themselves back. Oh, man, I wish I had more t-shirt. I could have done that. And that's a vicious cycle, because it's like the people that, oh, I knew about it, I didn't buy it, right? The Peter Schiff analogy. And you wait, and then the price just keeps getting away from you more and more and more. And you keep waiting, and then you feel so bad every time. So if that can help somebody to then start his journey of building his own wealth, man, that makes me happy. So, and that's...
But, Hicks is also, built for the long term. We need to, sorry. You say some amazing things, Karim, and you know what it's like. I'm sitting here thinking of all the other amazing things that spin off and all the amazing things you say. I need to slow down and go back. Yeah, I mean, well spoken. Seriously. What was I going to say? Yeah, discovering Hicks is, at this point in time, I think, is a lot like discovering that it turns out the Earth is not flat. For those people at that time, everyone knew the Earth was flat since the dawn of time, right? Or they thought they did. And then this idea that it's a sphere, a globe. I mean, well, firstly, the various establishments would have you hung, drawn, and quartered for such heretics. So there was that. I think we might have gone through that phase in Hicks, and hopefully coming out the other side of that now. We're not getting strung up just for saying the word quite so much anymore, which is good. But it's a big deal, and there's this irony that for some reason humans gonna human, and the Flat Earth Society is growing at a greater rate than it ever has right now in 2021, like off the charts. If I could long the
you serious? Is that a real? Is that real?
Oh yeah.
There has to be something behind that, brother. There has to be something behind that. There has to be something behind that. I think. No. I don't believe in silos.
It is the internet.
I don't believe in silos.
No, but it is. It's search algorithms and things, right? Someone says, "Oh, is this flat Earth thing real?" And then the algorithms go, "Oh, you're interested in flat Earth," and the next thing, all you're ever seeing in your YouTube feed is flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. It's a problem. But beyond that, yeah, the fact that people can even go there is mind blowing, and I think that's probably what you're referring to more than just
it's more so that
stuff. Because why, right?
Right, that's the question, because it's like, okay, well, look, I don't buy into this whole flat Earth thing, right? I mean, it sounds kind of weird, but you have to keep in mind, because for something like that to be growing, weird, right? It begs the question, well, what are people searching for that they literally think that that's something that they have to be searching for or researching? Like, what is crossing people's minds that that's something that they're researching? They're seeing something's going on somewhere, because that's fucking weird. I'm honestly like really perplexed by that. It doesn't make sense.
So much fake crap in the world. I guess if you come across a community that believes something that you've been curious of, because you live in the middle of some massive continent, and I don't know. There seems to be a phase of quote unquote sort of born again Christians
enlightenment
switching
of some
over and
getting
it, or integrating flat Earth into their thing. I've seen through my mother's circles and all that, and that just blew my mind.
Wow.
When you've already got that type of belief system and all the community and all the stuff that goes with that, then to still want to integrate flat Earth in on top of that, are you kidding me? Why? Something is going on at that point. You got to wonder. You really do got to wonder. It's.
Hey, real quick in the chat. That's weird. Andre Ricardo. Oh, nice. 5:43 a.m. It says the link is broken. I don't know. Wait. The stickerclass.com. That should be a link redirecting.
I've been updating links recently, and so I might need to fix that one. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Guys, this is a link Maddie gave me. So, it's probably because I can maintain it. But it's basically, it reroutes to the Twitter. My Twitter account is @YourMagic. So, you can find
I was updating it to make it more secure, and then I think I got interrupted and forgot to finish that.
Put it in a safe place.
Yeah, like not on the internet. The safest place of all.
Yeah, right. But again, it's @YourMagic on Twitter, or just my name, Karim Majido. Can't miss it. It's very easy. Hopefully, maybe somebody put it in a chat somewhere, just the Twitter, because that's what that link goes to. So you can follow me on Twitter there, because that's when I see something and I want to communicate with the community fast. That's where I tweet. So when it's important. So thanks for pointing that out. I didn't know.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, shout out to everybody. Great comment. Thanks for the kind words. And proud of you, Jim Nitz, man. It's like, again, we all start somewhere, man. Hex life for sure.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you for the super chat, Hex19. Hex community will determine the success of Hex versus others. Of course, the math helps. That's right.
Yeah, it's all about the math. That's what we're here to. So,
well, I'm about to run through these charts because people have to understand that the math is the monetary policy here.
Absolutely.
The math doesn't help. It is the math. The math is what you're buying. Yep. And this is what you have to understand. This is not some shit coin. This is not some promise coin. This is something that's legit. It's literally legit.
Absolutely.
It's an actual product, right? Like a bank wish that they could sell this to you, but they cannot, because no middlemen are allowed. Right. And that's the whole key. That's why we do crypto. This is why crypto exists. A lot of people forget. Crypto came from the depths of the great financial crisis of 2008. It didn't come from, I want to be in it for the tech. Nah, that's not where it fucking came from. In fact, this notion is completely antithetical to the mission. So if you fucking hear somebody saying that shit, you better run the other way, because they're just going to get you wrecked. Then they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And here's something you might be shocked to know. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. And if you don't want to take my word for it, you can go do one of two things. Go read the original Bitcoin white paper, which is where all of this came from. So that is the definition. Or you can just go check out Richard Hart's.
Not a hard read either.
No, it's not a hard read. Or you can go check out the 80,000 hours of content that Richard Hart has on his channel, and he is the authority on cryptocurrency. If you don't want to take my word for it, or Satoshi's. I mean, which would be weird for me, but whatever. It's 2021, right? Upside down is right side up nowadays, so who gives a fuck about that one, right? But it's keeping these things in mind. Supreme. Because it's always about having the right information that allows you to make the best possible decision. Nothing else.
Absolutely. And that's very powerful, what you just said, because like I've always said, the single most powerful property that I personally love about math is that, again, it doesn't move. It's the study of exactitude. It is what it is. It's a standalone truth. It doesn't need no sway. It doesn't need no convincing. Because, again, I'm in sales, right? When I hear, we need it for the tech, this and that, these people being disingenuous because they don't want to tell you their true motive. Like they think it's a bad thing. Just say, no, we're here for the mad games. There's no shame about it. They're just be honest. Because the problem is when you start to like fake it like that, then people be like, okay, what's the catch? Like, what am I not seeing? And then it creates this little mistrust.
It creates a fog, bro. Exactly. It creates a fog that's hard to break through.
Followers can't follow because they don't know if you're for real or this and that, and then you can easily be swayed up to that. So no, when it's backed by math, it is what it is. It's gonna do what it's gonna do. Let's say, just to make a point, somebody wake up one day and then change his mind. Hey, I don't want to buy Hex no more. This or that, whatever. It doesn't matter. The math's gonna do what the math's gonna do, right? Like I say, like if I disappear, Richard disappear, whatever, we all disappear. Whoever's still here running the code, the math's gonna do what the math's gonna do. That's what's so powerful. It's that oak tree that doesn't move. So once you understand that, honestly, almost everybody else is not relevant. You can just make your plan and execute your plan. So that's why it's so powerful. So yeah, shout out to Marco in the chat. So man, having so much fun.
Thank you for the super chat. Yeah. The year is 2031 and Karim has over 200 plus favorite WhalesOnly charts. And it is $500 per
head.
$500 each.
To understand what's going on. Yeah. Make no mistakes. You're going to get duplicates. You're going to get the PX chart, the pulse chart. And then you're going to have interconnect. You know, kind of like how you do like, in math when the more possibilities, like probabilities. Right?
Yeah. Like a decision tree or something like that.
It's going to be factorial real quick.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
X to PX, PX to Hex, PX to Pulse.
It's going to get crazy.
There will be charts on charts and relationships on relationships. It's going to be awesome. So, oh, man, this is so much fun. So, everybody in the chat, please, for the next 2 minutes, because I'm about to go to an event, represent my hexagon, of course. If you have any question, anything you want to ask me, please go ahead. Or forever hold your peace, because I have to disconnect.
Until next week.
Exactly. Until next week, yes. I'm going on an onboarding mission. So always got my North Star. So I'll be there 11. Oh man, this is fun.
Thank you to HexDex16 for the $5 super chat. If you staked 1 million Hex tonight for 7 years, that would be glorious.
Bang bang.
Of course.
We haven't talked about this site, I don't think, often, but if you're new to Hex and you're just not familiar with how the system works or anything like that, a great place to go just to learn or get a feel for it is hexcalc.net, because it allows you to just play with numbers in a way that, doesn't include your wallet. So it's a little safer than playing around on go.hex.com or anything like that. So that's why I mention it. And on top of that, it's just a very useful site. It's pretty well built. It works. I haven't had any issues with it. And why not support a hexagon, right? So, go check the website out. It's pretty good.
Very well said. I agree. So, yeah, thanks, everybody. Thanks for the kind words. Yes, always I represent Hex wherever I go, I'm waiting for if somebody, I'm big about, Shambhala and bracelet. If somebody's going to make some type of Hex swag bracelet, hit me up because I need more swag for that representing where I go. So this is going to be awesome. Somebody said, Pulse price end of year. Yeah, we'll wait for Pulse to launch first. But I always say this, I said it last week and the week prior, from the bottom, I can see easily 40X. So whatever that is. But as we get close in the launch and stuff, we can talk more about it because we're going to definitely talk on the Quant gang. So what else? We're in Massachusetts. Yeah, I'm in Boston. So what else? I'll make sure I don't miss any question. If you guys see something I don't see, let me know. Yeah, thanks again, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Much love always. Yeah, thanks for life always. $3. Somebody said $3 end of the year. I love it. Yeah. Maddie, Wells, future, as always.
Pleasure, brother.
I will watch the rest of the replay. Make no mistake. That's why I love you guys so much. So, and until then, much love, everybody. Stay frosty, stay long, be prepared. This is just the beginning. Thanks for having me, as always. Bye.
Take care.
Peace.
Go well. Be safe.
And then there were three.
Graphics.
Yeah.
And then there were three.
Yeah.
All right.
And one hex streamer should accidentally fall.
I'm just trying to get this damn site right so I can show the images. I don't know what's going on lately, but let me try to close.
I've got a chart I can show in the meantime.
Go ahead. I'm just trying to finalize this. It's just not working.
I had a picture of a meme come into my head just before when, Karim was mentioning about being in it for the tech, or was it Wales, whoever it was.
That was me.
And I was like, yeah, because we're actually so we're in it for the mad gain. So the meme in my head was, some dude like 50 foot down, knee deep in sludge in a glory hole in a gold mine, a gold, stake, and going, I'm in it for the view.
Basically,
you know what a glory hole is in a gold mine. Yeah. It's where the gold is, and it ain't a good view.
Any good view, that's right.
Mud, sludge, water.
Oh yeah. I forgot to throw that in my 50-year commemoration for the gold default that the U.S. encountered in 1971. Now, you will never hear anybody, right? Very few people will detail it like that, but that's exactly what happened in 1971. That was a gold default. So the U.S. has defaulted on its promises already once in our lifetime. Doesn't matter if they don't say that it's happened. It's happened because none of those gold notes were ever satisfied, right? Oh, so what we're looking at is
I see
how
green
long.
steps, I see country names, and I see numbers.
Right. So
reserve currencies change.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything to me. Sorry.
It's so in the past 600 years, there have been 6 different world reserve currencies, and those belong to Portugal, Spain, Netherlands, France, Britain, and the USA. And then this is showing the next 100 years belonging to Hex.
I didn't even see Hex there.
Surprise!
Right?
Didn't have the yellows, orange, and purples. Yeah, right. Now I get it.
It's all good. Yeah, it's just that chart. It has the most impressive thing that chart shows is that no fiat currency lasts forever, right? And that's a fact, not an opinion. And that chart shows us that that's the case. And now we can mathematically prove why that's the case, because when you're playing with monopoly money, well, shit, it's already worth 0 in the first place. It can only be worth anything until people realize it's no longer worth anything, So
Xi Jinping's going to be pissed when he sees this chart.
Well,
China's not even on the chart.
Yeah, it happens, bro. They should have learned how to code.
Rain on your parade.
Oh man!
I mean, you can still have a normal currency; it just can't be the reserve currency. How about that?
Right? Yeah, sure. They can have it. They can have
Joey coin, right?
Oh man! I mean, it's just fun, right? It's fun to have an understanding of a topic that most people don't even know exists. In all honesty, people don't think about money. They just know they gotta have it. They don't really give it much more thought than that. And that's kind of like when I realized that. That's kind of one of the things that put me on this path. Not necessarily the crypto path, but just like economics, finance, or whatever. Just trying to get an understanding of that dynamic, right? Because that's what it is. It's a dynamic between human and his effort, right? And the question always becomes, well, how do you value that effort? How does the market determine that value? Is there really value here, right? Like, these are all things that they're like, I remember my first job. I mean, I used to get paid like $5.15 an hour in my first legal job. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? Like, why? Why do people work? It made no sense. As a 15-year-old first legal thing, like it didn't make any sense. And you know, you try to figure it out. And now we know why. And now I can explain why. You know, so it's all these things you just can't ignore, you know, what's going on around you. You really can't. And a lot of people just unfortunately do so. And, you know, this is, again, leads to a lot of inequities in so many areas because we're not paying attention. So, you know, if you're unhappy, it's technically your fault. So, sorry. It is what it is, though, right? So, these are the kind of things we have to take into account. Because, like, for example, nobody likes to lose money trading. Nobody likes to lose money, period. But what do? We take every action possible that is going to help us ensure that we do lose money. I've done it for years. This is how I know. Right? I mean, this is how I know because it's what we do. You know, we're programmed to function a certain way. And the most dangerous thing that you can have when it comes to money is hope. Hope is not a strategy. And if you've been listening to me for a while, you probably heard me say that. Yeah, hope is not a strategy. And there's a very important reason for that. There you go. What was that? My first job was when? 2001, maybe? 2000. Yeah, it was probably like 2000, end of 2001 or something like that. So almost 50 years later. Hell, inflation out the yin yang, right? That's I don't even know, from 40 to 540. How many X's is that? That's inflation. Because if a salary for a minimum wage job went from 40 cents to $5.40 or 15 cents, you know, that's some hellified X's. Let's see what that is, just because I'm curious. 15 divided by 40. Of course, I turn that on. Oof. 12x. Easy. 12x just a minimum wage. And minimum wage never keeps up with inflation. So.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That's just what we're dealing with, right? You can share my screen if you want. Now I'm ready to get into the charts.
Got it. Perfect.
All right, so let's just get into it. So no, I'm no longer do the disclaimer, right? We already talked about all of that. We're just here talking about math, software, and code, and the financial implications behind that. You know, math. It's all math equations, and the outputs are in currency units. If you want to put them that way, all you got to do is denominate, right, the results in dollar terms, and you get your answer. But if there's one thing that we've seen, right, and we see it often, is what happens when people sell hex. And, you know, it's one of those things that I, for the life of me, will never understand. And it's because what happens is that you become these people back here, right? You think you're going somewhere fast, but, you know, reality is you're just not. You're just not. And that's a function of your misunderstanding of how things work. You know, there are a lot of people that come talk to us about hex and they honestly don't know what they're talking about. And there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is that they don't try to learn, right? There's nothing wrong with not knowing. I didn't know hex until I started asking questions and trying to learn. And I did that in real time. Everybody saw that development. So it's not like it's not possible. Clearly, there are people that are willing to help and educate you if you don't know anything in regards to hex. So how can it be that people just opt to just be stupid, just not educate themselves? Because that's what that is, right? When you just opt to be ignorant, that's just stupid. I mean, who can tell me otherwise? I don't think it's possible. I honestly don't think it's possible for anybody to make that claim. Go ahead.
Yeah, certainly if you've seen evidence or one or two people claiming, you know, hey, look, this is really good, you should have a look at it. From that point onwards, yeah, totally agree. Before that, the world's just so full of disinformation and crap. It's amazing they even learn the word hex exists. But
exactly.
yeah, once you've seen it, I mean, any of the claims any of us make about it should be enough to make you stop and go, "What if that were true?" You know.
Right.
But yeah, it doesn't happen. I don't know why. Not one person I've onboarded yet. Not one person has said, "This is cool. I'm going to research it." Not one of them.
It's going to be a
the
matter
best
of time,
I get
I
is
think.
I just don't understand.
People get it. I think
it's yeah, no, I don't. You know, it sounds very negative. I'm not putting. Sorry, Maddie. Yeah, it sounds negative the way I said that. I'm not putting the people down. I'm just curious about how that all works as a society. You know, in the group mentality and all that kind of thing, and how do we get to this as a group? It's not me versus, you know, all the dumb people. It's fascinating to me that that it's gone that far.
Yeah.
You know, when I was a kid before the internet, we always had time to talk about some crazy new thing, even if we knew it was crazy. Now, you know, the first response is, I'm just too busy, you know, and it's a good way to keep all your little ducklings in the line, I suppose, is keep them busy.
Yeah, that's right.
But,
actually, I mean, there are certain places, right? When you think about history, the whole history around certain places revolves around keeping people busy. Oh, they can't just not be doing anything. You know, that's not good work ethic or whatever, right? And that's a common phrase that we've heard throughout history, especially in the last 300 to 400 years, right? Because of how things developed and progressed over time and how things changed from one region to another. And that's just how it works, right? And that's why having an understanding of history is so paramount. I mean, a lot of the things that I say about Hex are based on the fact that this is, and with respect to history, there's never been anything like it. And we already tapped on that a little bit earlier today. But let's kind of dive into it a little bit more, right? Because that's what this image is all about. There has never in the history of history been existed anything, right? Like just anything where people want the price to go down so they can buy more. There's never been anything like that. It's one thing to be happy because you're going to buy a dip. It's another thing to always, like, people genuinely always want to FUD this price. Always, because that's a benefit to those that understand the system. And there's nothing that's ever existed like that on the planet. Like, historically, ever. Not on Wall Street, not on any street, not on Bay Street, no street. And that's groundbreaking, right? Because what that means is is that you're now relegated to having to understand this one thing that's groundbreaking, right? Because this is groundbreaking because of the way it works, the fact that it works, and we get to celebrate that here every week and answer questions about it and just talk about it, which is cool because I don't like doing much else. So for me, it's almost perfect. And the perfect thing is even further, right, is that I'm able to sit here and explain to you guys so many different concepts, right, that are related to the greatness of Hex. Like, for example, what is an economy and how does any economy work, right? And this applies to all levels, right? Municipal, city, state, whatever, right? Regional, right, is after state, and then you got districts, regional, right, and then area, right? Because the higher you go, the more complex that pie gets. But the reality is that nonetheless, there's always a value extractor, meaning the public sector, and there's always a value creator. Always. There's always one, and then there's always the other, right? And this part of the pie is the tax part of the pie, is what gets taken from you as a citizen that is meant to benefit off of the activity of the public sector after you have already created value within the economy, right? That's the whole objective here. That's the whole notion behind the so-called social contract, right? It's about you adding value to society and doing it in such a way that you're able to not only give back to the public, which is your fellow neighbor, right? But you're also able to earn some income, right? That's the story that's sold. And that's why it's important to understand how economies actually work, because if you've been around the block once or twice, you know that that's not actually how it works, right? You give money and they take money and they give you nothing in return, but then they ask for more because you're not getting anything in return. So it becomes this circular loop that people just ignore for some odd reason. But my goal is to highlight that every time, and this is why I start with this first and foremost before we even get into Hex, because if you don't understand money flows and how things happen and why they happen and how things occur, you're never going to keep any of this money you're going to make anyway, because you're going to make a piss poor decision and it's going to cost you. And how many piss poor decisions do you think you can have when you're a millionaire? Not many, actually. So these are all important topics that we're talking about, right? Because all it takes is one stupid tax to wipe you out. That's all it takes. Because if you comply or you don't stand up against it, or you don't understand what's going on, or whatever the case is, right? Because history repeats. It might not rhyme, or it might not be exactly the same replication, but it sure as hell does rhyme. And sometimes it does look the same, because again, human beings will always act in similar fashion to certain stressors, right? And here we're talking about economic stress. Now, I have a unique vantage point in this specific arena, because growing up in an inner city, by default, you have one. So this applies to you if you've grown up in an inner city and you paid attention a little bit. Because if you look outside and you live in an inner city, what you end up discovering is that nothing that you think is real, right? Nothing that you think is true. And in order to achieve anything in that so-called city, right, you have to be willing and able, right, to put yourself in a position that you might not even like, right? And these are all real things that we have to deal with from day to day, right? And that's why understanding the power of knowledge, right, information, having the right information is the key. These streams go for hours on end for a reason, and it's because of the quality of the content that we provide and the level of detail in the explanations that we provide, right? Like any economy functions how any economy functions, but understanding the simple fact that maybe you didn't notice that 30 to 50% that you give away doesn't go anywhere. Maybe you forgot how the system works and you needed a reminder. Like, this is the point. Right? And that's why we go through each of these charts. Now, what we're going to look at now is the market cap dominance charts. And these are a showing of the top 100 and where their value is at these current points in time. So this is for August 10th at 0800 hours. We were at 3.62% versus the rest of the market in the top 100. Then on, okay, that's wrong. I think that's like the 12th or something like that. 3.5% versus 3.62. So we're just chopping sideways, consolidating, and that's the 13th. And we had a little bump up to 4.16%. And I think this week we're already above 5%. So it's just, again, sustainment of value. And we're going to see what I mean shortly, because this is just what it's all about, right? And this chart is showing the first 611 days live in index form between Hex, Ethereum in orange, Bitcoin in this dark pink down here, and T-shares in this magenta. Now, if you're looking at the price performance of each. They're in index form. And what that means is that I'm taking the rate of return at a base of 100 and calculating it in accordance with that rate of change every single day. So if you want to know the returns on the T-share index, there are a whopping 242,378 minus 100. So 242,278. And the same goes for any other index that you see throughout this chart set. You would just subtract the 100. So for the HEX index, we're at 80,032.6 in return form. In index form, you would just leave that 100 there. So the main thing we want to highlight here, right, is we're clearly outperforming Ethereum 611 days into its existence, and we're blowing away the competition, which is Bitcoin here, aka the bootleg store of value, by a factor of fucking 80. So, like, what the fuck ever, right? Like, so this is just price. This isn't even with staking. So this is why T-shares are so superior, right? It's about simply understanding that allocating to a mathematical function is superior always, because a function is going to do what a function is designed to do. Where can there be any discontinuity in a function that's continuous? Only when there's a break in the system or a disruption in the system, right? And what could be the potential cause of that? Well, anything. But what you might fail to realize is that if there's a potential disruption in the system to the point that it affects crypto, guess what? It's going to affect your fiat as well, because fiat is electronic too. Actually not, physical. So unless you have cash, the reality is that you're still plugged in, right? And if that system is out of order, well, guess what? You're just not transacting value. Pretty simple. But here's the cool thing. Crypto, just because it's not online doesn't mean it doesn't have that value, right? There are ways to transact in crypto and it not be online. Clearly they're not popular, not very spoken about, because that's kind of not how things are done, but they're out there, and it's just a matter of you figuring it out. For example, you can send a Bitcoin or any Ethereum any transaction, and most blockchain transactions, I'm guessing depending on the wallet, backend, via ham radio. A lot of people don't know that, but that's an important thing.
Yep.
Right? What happens if they do a communications blackout? What happens then? You won't have access to any communication aspect of society. Now, what happens if they do a total blackout, meaning all electronics, EMP status, right? Everything is screwed. You're not going to have access to anything electronic. Go outside and enjoy the fresh air, because that's all you're going to have. So, it's understanding all of these things, and I know it's a lot, but this is why we have these long, drawn out, live streams, because we're talking about all of the potential possibilities and eventualities that could affect what we're trying to do, right? And that's important, because that's risk management, right? And now just look at this chart. What 80,000 versus 3,000, 80,000 versus 1,000, and we're rounding up and being very generous, because it's not even 950, and it's not even 949.5. So we're really being very generous here. And this is not including the T-shares, which are 3x basically to the index. I mean, this is crazy. This is what you call powerful performance.
It is.
And this is why the longer you hold this power trend line, which is representing the logarithmic nature of the returns for HEX, the longer you hold this line, the wealthier or richer or whatever you're going to become, because that's just math. Straight up. So now we're going to look at... I'm sorry, go ahead, Future.
No, nothing.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something, bro.
Oh, there's a bit of rain here. It might have been coming through.
Gotcha. All right. So this is the Hex Post Big Payday chart. We're at day 272. So less than 100 days away. Actually, we're less than 90 days away now. 3 more months until we hit that 1 year mark for Big Payday. That's that date, if you weren't around, is a date upon which 30% of the inflation, or 30% of the coins that were left to be minted in the system got minted and released that day. And what we can see that on this chart right here. I actually got into Hex right around here, half a cent. Kept buying until the top around 1.4, 1.5 cents. And this was November 1st. And then what we ended up seeing thereafter was just a sell-off into Big Payday. Right. And that's what we saw from November 1st into November 19th. And this is what it's been ever since then. Right. All of that inflation has worked its way out of the system. And now the kiddies are ready to come out and play, because what was happening was you had all of this liquidity just drowning out any price pump that could materialize. Right. And we eventually got one that took us over this hump. Right. We tested this area of 1.5 cents multiple times, 2 cents, whatever have you. And we ultimately came back and touched and left. And that's just what it's been.
Yep, that Big Payday thing, I'll never forget that. Because, of course, a lot of people figured, well, Big Payday, that's it. It's going to zero after that. That's the pump and dump thing, finished. And in reality, when it was all said and done, at the bottom, at the very bottom, as low as it went, we went all the way back to where we'd been organically a month earlier.
Yeah. Literally, it was literally like 4 weeks. 'Cause I remember people talking about it on stream at the time. I wasn't streaming yet.
It was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Literally
a week. Oh, it's crashing. Yeah, back to where we were 4 weeks ago.
Yep. I mean, 4 weeks. Sorry, but yeah, 4 weeks. Literally a month. That's all it took. And just look at this chart. This is every Bitcoin halving and its performance, and Hex is dusting it. I mean, it's not even close. Not even close. We got 3,351 on the Hex index, post Big Payday. The first Bitcoin halving only has 909. The third only has 457 and only, 458 rounding up. Second only has 183%. I mean, the fact that I'm saying only is crazy. Only 3-digit returns versus a 4-digit return. Like, that is crazy, right? And these are the kind of things we're talking about. How are these numbers possible? And they're possible because they just work. It's designed to work that way. Like, look at how it moves, right? Very straightforward. It's just a function of the system design, where it trades, the fact that it's an actual crypto, so everything is decentralized, meaning no middlemen. You're just interacting with the contract, and that's it. That's important. Because this is what allows it to trade like this. There is no big order book just sitting in the back waiting to dump a billion of anything on you, right? And there are a lot of coins out there that have that problem, and this is where I get the example from, right? So when you don't have a billion coins getting dumped on your head every month, or whatever the number is, things get pretty easy as far as price action goes. So this is why we look at Hex in post Big Payday form. This chart is the T-share to Ethereum and the T-share to Bitcoin charts, but these values are in dollar terms. So we're measuring the fiat value because that's how the market looks at it, right? So the pink line is T-shares to Ethereum, which are currently trading almost at parity as of the close for tonight. Actually, is that right? That might be wrong. I'm gonna have to check that because I really think we might have beat it by a couple of $100, but I gotta go back and check. T-shares to Bitcoin 6.5%, and as always, it's about sustaining the value, right? When this chart isn't going up, if it is going down, it shouldn't be going down lower than its previous plateau, right? Its horizontal areas along the chart. And that's what we see, right? Throughout time, price never goes lower than where it was previously. And that's because it's maintaining its value, right? Very straightforward, very straightforward. And here we have the dynamic hex stock to flow tracker. And we're looking at here is just a dollar cost of a T-share, which when divided by the dollar cost of 10,000 hex, which respectively we got $3,239.86. I mean, this is crazy for one single T-share, which is how you earn interest, right? A T-share is how you earn interest in the hex system because the system pays out based on the quantity of shares that you have. The more shares that you have, the more payout per T-share that you receive. And we'll get into that in a little bit. So the cost of 10,000 hex is 1,742. That given a T-share rate of 18,457, right? So where does that come from? That comes from dividing the T-share by the 10,000 hex, right? We're taking the fiat values of each, and that's where that T-share rate comes from. Now, how does the T-share rate ratchet up over time? It ratchets up over time based on it's simply the end stakes. When somebody ends a stake, the only thing that gets the T-share rate to go up is whether that stake had a positive ROI or not, positive rate of return, right? Return on interest, return on capital, whatever you want to call it. We're just accounting for the return on the other end of that T-share. Because when you enter the system, the T-share rate could be back here. But when you exit the system, if it's a 200-day stake, that T-share rate is over here. So now the system has to recalibrate what it is that you can actually acquire if you do re-enter into the system. And that's what the system is doing when you end a stake. And that's why on top of that, right, you have not only that to deal with and contend with, but you're minting new coins into the system, right? When you end a stake, these coins have to exist. So unless you're doing good accounting and not minting them, that means they're going to hit the market, and that's going to in turn force the valuation of the market a little higher as well, because these coins now exist and they have to be accounted for, so they can't just be omitted. And that's important because that is what gives the system, right, its standing. And we'll see what I mean a little shortly, in a little short while. So here we also have the APY that the system's paying out, and this is a function of the percentage of the coins staked from its total circulating, from its total supply. And we'll see exactly how that works in a little later on as well. I got a chart for that as well. So this is the value proposition chart. Now, what I did differently this time is that I am no longer going to show the hex index value here. What I'm going to now show from now on is the dollar value for hex. Not any particular reason. I just think it makes more sense because I just hadn't really thought about it before. Because again, this is the value proposition, right? Now, if this is supposed to be the price of hex, then it should reflect that it's chasing the value, which in this case is the payout per T-share sum line, right? That's just what it is. So that's why I decided to change it from the index value to the price value, because the price value is ultimately what's giving us the return result anyway. But since we are looking at it and we're not computers, we should be looking at the price, because the price is what's following this, right? This payout per T-share sum line is a representation, and this is the orange line you're looking at on this chart right now. That line is a representation of every single hex that's been paid out to the staker since day one. So if you've been in hex since day one and you've been staked since day one, and you have 100 T-shares, 1,000 T-shares, 10,000 T-shares, excuse me, you would simply multiply the number of T-shares by this quantity of hex here, and that would give you how many hex you've been paid out. Now, the natural question after looking at this chart is, well, what does this look like in percentage terms? Well, let me show you. There's your number, 232,495. Right? Now, that's not a small number. That's a pretty big number. Now, what's cool about this number is that you only made this number if you did nothing. Nothing. How cool is that? You let me know where you can go make 232,000% and do nothing. I'll wait. No ideas, huh? Yeah, I didn't think so. That's life, right? It's understanding where, well, you know, that's important, right? Where else can you go and do this? Nowhere. Because that's the whole point of this. The math is going to force...
Not even over your whole life?
Yeah, no, not even in your whole life. The math is going to force people to look and comply because the returns are just too good to ignore. Now, this is what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about consistency, right? The payout per T-share index and the daily payout index are a true representation of that, because what you're looking at here, even though you have a lot of squiggly lines, the second derivative, right? Or just not even, you know, screw all the math talk. Just look at the fact that the line just doesn't change a lot. It just stays flat. It doesn't gyrate, right? It's not 500 one day, 350 another, right? Because here's 400, 350 would be here. It's basically just here, right? 520, 550, maybe a spike in thanks to an emergency end stake, right? So this is letting us know how the system consistently pays out the staker class. It consistently prints value. The value is always being generated, and this is very important to understand because this is exactly why this line is exponential. Exponential. Now, here's a closer look at what I was just talking about. We have the total T-share count here at 10,984,019 million trillion shares, right? Or trillion shares, whatever you want to call it. Then you have a daily payout in hex terms of 63.34 million hex. Okay, so you would take this number divided by that number, and this is your payout per T-share, right? So if a lot of people enter the system with a little bit of T-share because it costs $3,000, well, then that's less people that are going to get counted in that system, right? Like the T-share count is going to go up, but not really equivalently versus what you hold, because while you have already laid out your position in T-share terms previously, right? Historically, you look back, your cost basis is going to be significantly lower than somebody entering in the present day, because that's just how T-shares work. So what ends up happening is that over time, the pool pays out those with the most shares, and shares are hard to come by over time. So this is how the staker class that stakes the longest ends up winning the most, because they are always with their net out when they're at sea. The net is never in, right? So you're always catching whatever big mess is thrown out there for you, right? And that's the key. That's the key to being a staker that's staked for the max, which is 5,555 days. And that's why you keep hearing us just say 5555. Like, I won't even say all that. I usually say 4x5 because it's annoying. But like, for example, if you want to really become rich and you want to really delay gratification, what you do is a 5,555 day stake, because it's going to give you all of these spikes. You're going to constantly be receiving value, and you don't even have to worry about this because all this is going to do is work in your favor no matter what it does. Because here's the beautiful thing about how the hex system works. It's like a fixed income product, which is the same thing as a bond, right? And bond math dictates that when the value of the interest that's being paid out goes up, like we're seeing here, the value of what's being paid for in order to earn that interest must also go up. So it's kind of like a daisy chain effect. You cannot have one without the other, right? So the important thing to realize and think about it like this, because it's the easiest way to think about it. When you're looking at this everybody gets paid chart, what I'm doing here is I'm tracking every single day in this yellow line as an average. So I'm taking the cumulative average of all days with respect to how the payout per T-share has changed. So what we're recording here is a average change in the stacking of value, because value stacks here constantly. So instead of it compounding, right, we have to understand that it stacks. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, every day the system is doing the same thing. That's paying you out per T-share. Now, what do I mean by stacking? It's pretty obvious when you look at this line, because this line, what it's doing is that it's just merely tracking the cumulative sum of all the hex being paid out to you. So you're technically stacking hearts already, and you didn't even know it, right? Like, you know how people talk about stacking sats or whatever? They're not stacking shit over there. We're actually stacking shit over here, right? Like, it's pretty cool, right? Because that's what's actually happening. And the higher our stack goes systemically, the higher the value of hex must go. That's what this chart shows. 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 All of these different data points that we can point to at all times. And this is just the stuff I come up with. This isn't even all the stuff that's on hex.vision or anywhere else for that matter, right? So anytime Hexagons, go ahead, Future, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, there's heaps of data out there for Hex. It's amazing.
Yeah, and there's heaps of ways to display it. I mean, look at how I keep coming up with different charts.
It's awesome.
It's like I have nothing else to do, but I do. But
these really.
It's about driving the point home.
Yeah, exactly. It's communicating. It's communicating what's happening, over time, and that's why we need charts, right?
Correct.
A number here, a number there doesn't help, but when we can see this picture of a chart and various different values spread over time, it helps our brains that can't really do that on their own develop a picture of things, and it's very, very useful to see it in different ways, for sure.
For sure, man. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Because people want to know, well, how high can this thing go and all this shit? Well, I just told you. The question is, do you actually understand it? That's something I really want people to let me know. Bubba Kush, let me know in the chat if you understood what I just said. Because if you did, then you realize why a max stake is the best option. If you only do one, make it as big as you can realistically make it. Because again, think about what I'm saying. It's dangerous if you understand it, because if you do and you don't act on it, you're literally doing yourself, your family, your future family, all these people that you don't even know, a major disservice. Full stop. Like, not even bullshitting, because we're talking about math that always functions, like it just works. 1 + 1 is always going to be 2. 2 + 2 is always going to be 4. 4 + 4 is always going to be 8, and so on and so forth. And that's what we're seeing in this data set, right? Like, if you realize that all the system is doing is creating value every single day, that's step one. That's step one. Now, if you're new, please buckle up. because you're about to fucking sell your house to buy all the hex after I give this breakdown down, because it's so serious. The system builds value every day. Step 1. Step 2. Oh boy, hold on. I couldn't get through one without this shit.
They'll never catch me. They're in the wrong city.
All right, the bastards left me alone. Okay. So, for number 1, the system literally stacks value daily. And what that means is that the system is building value daily, meaning it's getting more valuable daily, meaning it's getting more expensive daily, meaning that the longer time passes, the higher the value has to be. Keyword there is has to be, i.e. non-optional, i.e. it doesn't matter if they put a law or not, it's happening, i.e. good luck to you if you think you can shut off the internet or anything that works in that fashion, because you can't. It's always going to do 1 + 1 is 2. It doesn't matter what you say, think, or want to do. It just doesn't, because this is what we've been seeing for 624 days. Why is it just going to randomly stop? Hard pressed to think that's going to be the case. Now, number 2 is how the system becomes more expensive, or how is it that you can't attain the same number of T shares as you previously could, right? Because that's the whole thing about this system. And that's the thing that we have to understand, right? It's really, really unique. And it takes some understanding and some devotion sometimes to really just put some work in and really wrap your head around the nuts and bolts, right? So the expiring shares charts, what's the purpose of these charts? This chart is literally letting us know what the activity is that's going to drive the T-share rate higher, right? Because again, the T-share rate recalibrates based on the time that you've been in the system staked and the quantity that you staked into the system. So the higher the values in those 2 parameters, the greater the effect is going to be on the T-share rate and how it reprices higher. But if it's not big, if it's small, if it's relatively flat, you're not going to see anything, right? It's just going to be kind of like a menial rate of change. It's not going to really affect the pool. So it's not really going to invoke any real significant change in the T-share rate. But if it's something like what we saw yesterday, a $34 million stake for 15 days for a total 12,000 freaking T-shares, that's going to probably do something, even though it's only for 12 days, right? And these are the things we have to take into account. So when we're looking at this is going back to August 6th, and it's currently August 17th. So we're working with an 11-day gap right now, okay? So as we go through the charts, I want you guys to notice the slopes of these lines towards the front end, because this is where the majority of the activity is. Just notice the slope as time goes by, because that is where you catch the changes in the activity. Not much of a change from the 6th to the 10th. Same deal for the 13th. While it's weird, I mean, okay, you had a little change there because, you know, it's now past mid-month. And what we're going to start seeing is, as you guys can see, this is the lowest point from all the dates that we just looked through. And it looks like it's approximately 43% or so, 44%. In the month of August, it's the quantity of the stakes. For September, it looks like we're right below 35, right above 32. For October, looks like we're at about 17 or so percent. And interestingly enough, for I guess it's November, right? It looks like it's almost at 30%. It's just interesting to me. I don't really understand. 1 year stakes after big payday. Yeah, okay. That's why October is so high. Yeah, okay, makes sense. So we're gonna have a nice little pop, actually. Now that I think about it, after November, passes, because all of this inflation is gonna leave the system based on some very high, big payday ROIs, because people did position their ending time frames around that, around Christmas, around all these dates that we already know. So, like for example, I was actually thinking of this today, and this is probably gonna be cool to talk about. I want to get you guys' input on it. And we're gonna get back to it because we can't finish this chart set without talking about it, because it's gonna come up again, and it's just the valuation, right? Matter of fact, let's look at it like this. We know there's gonna be a big price bump at this point in time, and we also know there's gonna be a big price bump at this point in time, because these are the tallest mountains or the tallest peaks in these hills around this time frame, right? And the taller the peak around the hill around that specific time frame, the bigger the pop you're going to get moving forward in price from that point, because this is the same effect that you see, right, in granddaddy's Bitcoin, and that's what everybody wants to buy into. Everybody. And this is the same effect, the literal same effect. Because inflationary systems, guess what? Work the same way. Imagine that. So when we go back to looking at this data,
the cool.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the cool thing about that is it's yet another layer, a micro layer of delayed gratification. The way that will play out, because we get even if you're liquid and you're just trading. There's the time delay between when the T-share value goes up and then the price catches it. And if you're not aware of that, and you're not, delaying that gratification, you're not even going to notice that you're going to go, oh, nothing's happening here. It's just flat, and I'll sell out and go into something else. Yep. But if you stuck around for a couple of weeks or 4 weeks or 5 weeks or something or other, oh, here comes the price chasing
literally
back then.
Literally.
And I just love the I love the way that delayed gratification is just throughout the whole system.
Yeah, it does espouse itself all over, doesn't it? It's very unique in that way. And that's kind of why it's so different, right? We know these price walls exist here, right? So when the system gets to that point in time, I realized, like, holy crap, the people that have stakes after year 15, like the people that are entering now, that think that they're late, they're actually gonna they could easily make out better than per hex. Now I'm talking about per hex in value. They're probably gonna make out way better than most of the OG hexagons and us that came in a little later, because that inflationary effect that's gonna happen then is just gonna be, the ROIs from a 15-year stake. From, like, I have OG T-shares, right? Like, my T-shares are from pre-big payday, some of them. So at that point in time, they're going to really give the system a nice little kick in the rear, right? Most of my T-shares are, that's crazy.
Yep.
So that, just me alone, is going to have a pretty significant effect on the system and anybody else. And there's a lot of us that have T-shares in the system pre-big payday. That's going to really do something. And I just realized that a couple of days ago as I was talking about it to somebody, and it just shut me up, because it's like, whoa, anybody entering now is not going to get left behind at all.
Oh, hell no. No. The fact that stakes expire, even if it's 15 years from now,
it's the key.
Super whales, they're out.
Yeah,
if you didn't keep buying, staking more and more over time, then you're gone. There's no way you can replace after 15 years.
Nope.
If it cost you $1 million to get however many T-shares now, you can expect 100 billion or something 15 years from now to get the same number of T-shares. And that's why you got to stake long, not short, because that's where the real gains are.
Yeah, I expect to become a billionaire full stop. I have no question in my mind that that's what it's going to be. And I don't even have a lot of T-shares.
Yep.
Boom.
relative to most people. I got in at day 330. So
at this stage, even someone getting in right now, brand new,
high probability.
If they wait as long as, if they wait as long as you have, to look at the chart again or whatever, I would be very surprised if dollar for dollar value that they're not actually ahead of us, because we're not even viral. We're still ramping up on the bottom there, and
the network effect hasn't taken hold yet. It hasn't.
Yep.
However, we are growing, so it's only a matter of time before we hit escape velocity,
aren't we?
Right, and that's when the trajectory takes off at such a rate that we're not going to even understand what's going on. And we've been involved since day. A lot of us been involved since day one, and we're going to be like lost. But that is when we'll know.
Yeah, we're gonna have to come up with a new word, because overperforming is just not going to cover it.
Slaying the competition, crushing skulls. Who knows? We'll come up with something. Skull crushing hex,
creating
baby.
rifts in space time or something. I don't know.
Yo, vortex warps.
It's crazy. It doesn't seem possible, but the math says it's possible. In fact, the math says it has to happen.
Well, here's another data point. Here's another data point that's crazy. You have a couple correlate charts here versus Ethereum and versus Bitcoin. Now, you have a few things I like people to focus on. The first is that the correlation R squared for both is 0. Okay, that's number one. That's versus that. The first one was versus Bitcoin, and this one is versus Ethereum. As you can see, both 0. Number two, I want you to notice that there are two axes here, two axes. There's an x-axis, which is a reflection of the hex returns, or which represent the hex returns, and then there's the y-axis, which represents the Ethereum return on this chart, and the Bitcoin returns on this chart. Hex is X on both charts, x-axis. Third thing is that each one of these dots represent a point in time in terms of a return for both X and Y on both charts. So Bitcoin and Ethereum are being represented versus X in their respective returns, which is these dots, for their respective date. Now, the organization of the chart is not in line with date. It's not in any chronological order. It's only accounting for the paired return sets, which are being displayed in the form of X and Y, and that's it. So what we see here is that if X is on the Y-axis, or Hex is on the X-axis, and we look at all the data points that Hex has, which is just going to be whatever plots exist on the right side of the 0 axis, because that's what we want to focus on. We want to focus on how many points do we have on the positive side of the 0 line. And it's the same thing when we're looking at the y-axis, right? How many dots do we have on the positive side versus the negative side? And that's the same question I'm asking myself when looking at Hex. And if you can see, i.e. you're looking at the screen, you'll notice that Hex is primarily on the right side of the 0 line, the returns. You're welcome.
Yeah, quite markedly so now, I see. Even without the scale changes we mentioned, it's you don't even need that anymore. It's really clustering up there and spreading out. It's cool.
Yeah. I mean, I forgot about that. I do need to remove those data points. But I had an accident today with the
maybe
spreadsheet.
I don't know. I mean, it's so obvious though now with its. I mean, it was something that needed to be pointed out quite carefully with the little yellow pointer in past charts. But now, I mean, look at that cluster. It is so obviously to the right.
Yeah. It's almost like target practice,
really.
Right?
It's it's just getting clearer and clearer and moving that way and clustering tighter and tighter. It's
I mean,
it took me quite a while to figure out what this chart was really representing, but once you do, it's like, oh wow.
Yeah, it's the chart that lets you know this is where you need to put your money, no questions asked. because we're literally comparing the return streams since Hex was created versus Ethereum and versus Bitcoin, right? And what this is showing us is that Hex is far superior in terms of performance, just price performance now. Not even the utility that it was created for, just price performance. I mean, this is crazy, man. It's crazy. So if anybody has any questions about these charts, let me know, because I know that this stuff can be a little mathy, and I'll try to make it as simplistic as possible. But this is how we know what the system is doing. So you kind of have to also try to step your game up so you can understand what the charts are saying. So rolling correlations, T-shares versus Hex in dollar terms for both. What we're doing here is we're tracking the 21, 34, and 55-day correlations between the dollar cost of a T-share and the dollar cost of Hex. Now, we discussed earlier how a T-share reprices itself higher based on the duration and the size of a stake. So what does that mean in plain terms? Well, what that means is that over time, you're going to require more Hex to acquire a T-share, just as Future said earlier. So what that means is that people will have to buy more Hex to get a single T-share, because that's the measure the most. And that's what's cool. But, most people will only be able to get, average persons will only be able to get what they can afford, and that's it. And with a T-share at $3,200 or whatever, right? Like, that's pretty up there. That's more than a rent for most people. So what you have to realize is that the system, while it pays in T-shares, it works in terms of shares, actually. This is very important, right? Because this is true. And this is what you need to understand in order to be comfortable.
Yeah, the T just means trillion.
Correct.
Trillion.
T is just a quantifier. It's like gigabyte. It means nothing, because you still are dealing with bytes. So it's just a way to quantify the number of bytes or the number of shares, right, that the system is generating. That's all it really is. So don't get lost in the weeds. Don't get dismayed, right, by the gains maybe that you see made by others, or the value or the cost of a T-share now. Because what you have to realize is that the system is doing the same thing every day, and that is stacking value. So the question is, do you want to stack value too, or do you want to continue getting wrecked? I mean, it's up to you. But what you end up seeing in this chart is that with a correlation at basically 99.99, which is 1, this is probably going to pop, because this is a little sick. This is crazy. Right? This is the price of a T-share correlated versus the price of Hex. Go ahead.
Right. So I was just going to clarify that for the new people, this particular chart surprised me back in the day more than any of the others when it started to show the strong correlation, because we knew from the game theory that the USD value of Hex ought to track to some degree, at the time not known how tightly, but it ought to track the T-share rate, which we know from the program code can only go up. It doesn't necessarily always go up on every end stake, but for the most part it does. And the code literally says, if XYZ didn't go up, otherwise stay where I am. There is no code that can allow it to go down. It can only go up, like literally.
Right. Either or, no else.
It's not like if you drink more sugar, you're going to get more addicted, it's an absolute, right? But to see this level of correlation in a chart like this, to confirm just how tightly bonded the price is to the T-share rate, which can only go up, it's kind of mind-blowing. This is the one that really locked it in for me in terms of, I guess that's the track we're on.
Right.
It's very hard to see these lines separating again,
Correct.
How could that happen?
I mean, look at how long. This has been since the beginning of May. It is now mid-August.
Yeah.
100 days and running. I don't know if that...
Yeah, it's crazy. And the longer it runs, the harder it is to break apart.
Yes, because it gets sticky. You don't just unravel.
Well, up to 55 days in this particular chart, yeah.
Yeah, but you don't just unravel that. You know what I mean? You don't just unravel that. That doesn't just fall apart. You know, that requires some serious dismantling. I mean, look, every time, it's even hard to see whenever there's any little real significant dislocation. The last time there was any real significant dislocation, it was when we peaked at 20 cents or so. So
it's when the price went up too fast, too much.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Continuous rate. Wait, what's this question?
Not down, up.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. The price is always going to track the move, and this is the point behind the stacking that I need people to understand. If you don't understand that this system stacks value daily, right? It's like, imagine, think of it like this. You wish you could literally walk around and pick up money and just put it in your pocket and just build wealth that way. That's what you wish you could do and not put in any effort. Not even have to sit here and watch these streams. You just do whatever. Well, Hex gives you the ability to do that. So don't dismiss it. Don't discount it. Attack it. If you're new or are having problems understanding, reach out. People are there to help. Just don't deal with anybody that says official anything. Nobody here is official shit. We all volunteer and help out of our own kindness. And that's it. So be careful out there. Scammers everywhere.
Well, the bottom line is that Hex is, yeah. Oh, for sure. The bottom line is that Hex literally, what's the word? I can't think of the word.
Hate it when that happens. I hate it when that happens.
Time. Monetizes. Yeah, I know. Monetizes time. Literally. Meaning that when it's all said and done, after you figure out how it all works, the people that wait the longest are the people that make the most. Now, you could say that of any system that tends to go up and to the right, like, say, the S&P 500 or something or other. But it's multiplied and then multiplied again within the game theory and game mechanics of Hex. You get penalized for not waiting, not just on one level, not just on two levels, but sometimes at three levels without getting into the details. Bottom line is, because it's a market of a dynamic market consisting of people that don't want to wait at all the way up to people that are happy to wait or prepared to wait 15 years, it is that separation through time that creates the the dipole, the plus one and the minus one, the tension between in the market. And so it creates a system where literally the people that wait less essentially give value in terms of, like the people that wait longer get the value from the people that wait the less.
Yeah, I think...
which is how almost all markets work, but it's multiplied. There's layers of multiplication that really amplify that effect, and that's the real value. It's amazing. It's really cool.
Yeah, I think Richard
all driven
calls
by
it
market forces.
Yeah. Richard calls it a transfer of wealth from the impatient to the patient. I think it is, and that's exactly why I love this system so much, because I know that I have the discipline to never press emergency end stake. Some people don't, and some people will have to, unfortunately. But luckily we don't. I don't have to worry about that, because that's just what it is. I just act like that money doesn't exist.
That's one of the other layers. That's the third multiplier in the order that I tend to think of them, right? Which is, so you imagine a scenario where someone's put a 15-year stake in because it made a lot of sense, but when they bought it, they put $100 in, or say $1,000 or something or other, and now it's 7 years down the track, and they look at that thing, and they're like, holy crap, if this goes to term, it's going to be like, $10 million or something or other. And then they go, well, that means if I'm past halfway, that means I can get $5 million right now and, just forego all the interest and everything. And so they'll early in stake. But by doing that, again, that's an impatience. And I mean, it's still paid off massively, but nevertheless, that is an impatience. And by doing that, all the people that didn't do that are staked, will benefit from that move because the emergency in-stake penalties will kick in. There's always some.
Big time too.
Thank you very much for being impatient. We just got paid. Now I've done that. I've emergency in-staked for perfectly logical reasons, but I knew what I was doing. I was always past 50%. That's key. And, there were reasons I had to do it. Well, the most recent one was because I decided at the last minute that I was going to sacrifice for the pulse chain thing. But when I did that, I was giving up interest. And you all stakers, you got some of that, and that's how it works. So, there's at least, I'm sure that I can't think of them all right now, so I'm not going to get into it, but there's at least 3 layers that stack on top of each other of impatience, and impatience sort of multiply and benefit the people that are patient. And it's all self-balancing and self-correcting. If less impatient people seem to be around, then other things sort of kick in the way it's all balanced to sort of increase some other factor that brings that back up on par. And it's just crazy. There's a lot to learn. It's exciting stuff to learn about when you do. The game theory, even if you struggle with the actual mathematics and the actual numbers, to get a sense of the game theory and how when this happens, it tends to cause a balancing thing to happen here and there and all that kind of stuff. It's quite fascinating. But, or you can just buy your stakes and enjoy your profits. That works too.
Yeah, of course. I mean, okay, so this chart, right?
Yeah.
This chart is showing the dollar value of Hex, which is all right. Hold on, guys. Dollar value of Hex. Payout per T-share in dollar terms, which is the pink line. And then the adjusted Hex value, which is the yellow line, and is the sum of both the dollar value of 1 Hex plus the dollar value of the payout per T-share. So the most important thing I want you guys to realize is that over time, this gap is getting bigger. Is that kind of visible? The gap between
maybe I'll make more and more visible.
Yeah, maybe I'll make a spread chart instead of this, because what's happening is that the value, like I said, is always created daily. So what happens is that you get these sideways periods. I mean, and, it's not really sideways; it's kind of going up, but this is really sideways for Hex, and that's the interesting thing. So what is the next up move going to look like, right? Is it going to look like this? Is it going to look like that? I mean, who knows? But it's going to be something. The question is, what's going to be the catalyst? Because we have a lot of catalysts to drive this up to 50 cents to $1. We got the catalyst right now, right? We have the fork coming up. So that's an incentive for people to buy Hex now because they'll get a replica. Free 99 on the other side. Didn't cost them a thing, and that's a 100% win. Right? You can't beat that with no effort. You can't. So if anybody has their ear to the street with respect to this kind of stuff, they're going to find Hex and they're going to buy. And you don't know how much they're going to buy either, but go ahead.
Well, what's happened historically in terms of catalysts and triggers just within the system is that, from what I see on charts, I see this pattern where people sell, but they don't sell everything because they don't want to harm the price so much or whatever it is, or the market as a whole, I should say, does this. And then it seems like, oh, that wasn't so bad, so we'll sell some more. And it gets bought up. Oh, that wasn't so bad, so we'll sell some more. And it gets bought up. And so the confidence of selling grows, because it turns out that you can keep selling and selling, and it doesn't tend to affect the price very much, because there's just so many people that are, oh yeah, I'll take that, and buy it straight up again, even though it's not in the quote-unquote order books, because we don't have order books for the most part, right?
Yeah.
And so at some point, though, the people that wanted to sell, they run out, and they're happy, and they go away. And then that's when the price shoots up, pretty much.
Correct.
You know, just that reflexivity of, you know, selling causes price go down, that so more people sell because they panic and all that. It kind of gets filtered out just because the price just keeps getting bought straight up again. Yep. You can see on the charts these big candles straight down, and within less than an hour, less than 30 minutes, sometimes even 10 minutes, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, boom, just bought straight back up again. But then when that runs out, price just go up again, you know, like big spikes.
Yeah.
And then so that time is coming up now. We're right on the cusp of that, where it's running out, and we've got these external things like, you know, pulse chain, testnet, and, you know, other types of confidence, I suppose, grow in the market, and then, you know, away it goes. It's crazy. It's awesome.
It is. Because it's, again, you know, there's never been nothing like this before. And being the first at something like this is probably going to change everybody's life, you know, because it's groundbreaking. It works. Mm-hmm. And I mean, imagine just for one t-shirt, you're getting $1 a day. And we already hit above that level early July. And, you know, the key is staying above it, right? And that's what's cool. Once we get there, it's hard to say what Hex can do, like, or what can it not do, better yet, because sky is now the limit, right? Because now we've already solidified value of 50 cents once before, and we already did this, right? It's over 1/2 cents here back in the day, right? Back in April. So this is basically 4 months ago. So one can say we're on a 24-month lag with respect to this. So maybe in 4 months we'll be at $1, which is approximately the end of the year. Who knows? It depends on the network effect, right? So go ahead, bro.
I'll just have to duck off.
No worries. So this is just what's happening right now in the system, right? I mean, the system is building value every day. And another thing that's interesting that people don't maybe realize is that aspect of the value building is getting more expensive as well. And this is what we're seeing with this gap here, right? And the bigger that gap gets, the shorter the sideways actions have to be, right? I mean, this one was prolonged for, you know, obvious reasons. You know, some funny stuff was going on there, but then again, that's what the market did, and that's what it allowed, and that was that. But the whole point of the story is that the bigger the gap, the harder the rip, right? That's just kind of how it has to shake out, because again, this is like a rubber band.
Yeah.
And capital travels. It doesn't just hop, right? Like it goes from A to B to C to D to E. So it's important to understand that. All right, this is the Hex price to earnings ratio chart. And what this chart shows you is how quickly you get your money back within a year. And this is showing you that you'll get your money back within 17% time of 1 year. So that's pretty cool, because the reality is that that's crazy cheap versus the all-time low of S&P 500 price to earnings ratio of 551% versus 17. So yeah, kind of a no-brainer there. Now this is just the Hex and T-shares market cap chart. It's gonna look pretty much like the payout per T-share sum chart, or even the Hex chart, because it's just another representation of how the system builds value over time, right? Because again, this is a T-shares market cap chart, and as of today, it was at 32.3 billion, I guess, or 33 billion. Sorry. So it's growing up and to the right, like everything else. And what's interesting, though, you don't really see a wide gap here in terms of value, like you do in this chart, for example, right? And you would think so because it's kind of the same thing. So I gotta, we're gonna see how this works over time and keep an eye on it and try to understand it, because that's usually how we do it here, right? We just end up learning these things together a lot of the times, and it's just cool like that, man. So let me see. I think that's pretty much it.
All you can do is look at the charts and try to figure them out.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. We're somewhere around here, right? This chart is an amalgamation of a lot of tech stocks, and the tech stocks have a very good representation of what the network effect is, because that's exactly what they look like. If you just Google network effect, you look up images, you're gonna find charts, and they're all gonna look like this, because that's ultimately what's going on. All right. So how does the APY work in the system? Well, first and foremost, the APY is determined based on the percentage coins staked out of the total supply. Not the circulating supply, but the total supply. Very important distinction that needs to be made there. While market cap is based on circulating supply, this system functions as a percentage of its total supply. And that's very important to understand, because what that means is that as Hex is minted into the system, right? And if it's not staked, well, the yield is just going to go up, right? That's it, because that total supply is going up. Yeah. So that means that there's less being staked if that percentage increase is not staked, right? So that's important to understand, because it's all about the yield. That's what we do this for. So it's a beautiful thing. And yeah, so if magically one day some behemoth came in, or a few, and put this thing at 35%, man, we'd all be pissed, because we'd only be earning like 10-11%. But the cool thing is that the bond math is going to actually help us kind of achieve some closure on that payout per T-share gap, for example, because the value of what you're going to get in fiat terms is going to significantly increase. So that's going to compensate. That's going to balance the situation. And that's pretty much it. So if you guys got any questions, definitely shoot them up in the chat and let me know.
I was just distracted there, but yeah. Come on, gotta be questions.
Yep. Perfect balance is right, Benny.
Everybody's mind blown.
No.
Trying to form questions with blown minds.
Well, this is why these charts are important.
Here's one.
What can make the rate go up, make the up rate go slower? Just less stakes in the system's ending. That's all.
Yeah. Which means, obviously, that there had to be less stakes going in sometime before that.
Right. What makes Hex slow down? Obviously, people selling it.
In the foreseeable future.
Yeah. What makes Hex go down is people selling it, like anything else. Pretty much it. Otherwise, people are buying it. So.
If you're selling into a market where there aren't a bunch of buyers sitting there waiting to buy it, like set to go, hit the trigger. Oh wow, right. Somebody's selling. I'm going to buy at that price.
Right.
If that's not there, then the price goes down and down and down and down. But right. What we've seen so far is, like I was saying before, every time somebody sells, boom, it's just falls straight back up again. Doesn't seem to matter what once that initial inflation from the big payday thing, once that all sort of got flushed out, they got all that 30% free gift and everything, then now's a long time ago now, right? It just keeps going.
That's it. That's what matters most.
There's just always people there to buy.
Well, and to me,
the only thing you've got to get used to if you're new to crypto in general is that the swings can be so damn big, you know, like 20%, 12%, 10%. And just got to zoom out and sort of look at the chart from a distance and don't panic, you know, because it's coming straight back. Go, Matty.
There used to be a question in Bitcoin, you know, and no matter what your answer was to the question, does the cost of mining drive the price, or does the price drive the cost of mining? Like, does hash rate, you know, does that influence, right? But with Hex, really, it's showing that it's the proof of weight system and the monetizing delaying gratification, right, that is going to continue probably to drive the price. And I say probably just because it's what game theory is based on, is being able to predict what humans will do based on the incentives that are available to them. There are some probabilities that are much more likely than others. And so when people are presented the option, do you want to save and be able to monetize delaying gratification better than average and get price appreciation, right? We start to get these compound effects. We start to get these, you know, factors that are leveraging on top of each other, and that becomes a really powerful force. We've already seen that it takes very few people in Hex, maybe 80,000 people, in order to deliver outstanding returns. And I don't see that going away because the returns are coming from this truth engine of waiting, longer pays better. And so I think that's really the foundation to be able to say it can continue growing, because you have to ask yourself, will saving for the future, will incentivizing delaying gratification, will that continue to be valuable to humans in the future? Will Hex be able to do that best? And we already know with our deep technical understandings that that's probably true, right? As much as any game theory can be true. So that's saying a lot.
It's the accessibility too, Matty. It's the accessibility that will continue. Like in every other asset class that's pretty much ever come before it, especially the speculative ones, and but real estate, everything. I mean, once the people that got into it initially get really rich and all that, then the poor people sort of can't. It's like, oh, you can play the game with us. You hear it all the time, No, everyone can be a real estate tycoon, they say. And they do all these conferences and bullshit and all that. And it's like, well, yeah, if you can get the deposit together and if you can hold down a job long enough, all these barriers to entry, right? Hex doesn't have any of that. Anyone can start with, especially with Pulse Chain, $3, $5. And that will always be the case in terms of the returns. You may not be able to buy a T-share for very long, but in terms of the percentage returns in Hex terms, multiplied by the the dollar revaluation if it's going up or whatever, you'll always be able to do that. There is no mass that it can get to that the new person can't get in anymore. It's that part has been removed, and that's a large part of its genius. The whole system, not just Hex, but the crypto technology that it runs on, and that it's peer to peer and for the people by the people kind of a thing. It's really quite something. I think I said that.
But is it a Ponzi?
Whales, if you're talking, you're muted.
I think he's eating.
No, but you can call it a Ponzi. I don't care. You can call it. You can call it whatever the heck you want. I don't care what you call it.
I think I had my origin.
But until you can explain
Ponzi
to me
wrong.
the game theory.
Richard gave a different background on
the bridge.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, but I thought recently he gave a different history lesson.
I'm sure there's been plenty of Ponzi's, but yeah, I don't know. The one that was Mr. Ponzi. Welcome back. Oh, well.
Why are we talking about Ponzi's?
Because Richard recently brought up the origin story of Ponzi's, and
okay.
I'm not sure what it was because I had heard.
Oh, I am. It's named after a guy named Charles Ponzi. That's literally the guy's name.
And what did he do?
Yeah, but what exactly did he do? I think he did a number of things.
Did actually. A Ponzi scheme, but he was a typical run of the mill criminal though. But that was like what he got known for. His name was Charles Ponzi.
I thought he was selling, shares of the Brooklyn Bridge as it was being built.
I don't remember exactly how he got caught. I think that might have been the case. But he was just running the classic Ponzi where he was paying people out based on the money that was coming in. So none of that here, guys. We actually benefit from you not joining the system, as I just explained. Right? Because the less stakers, the higher the yield. So please go away.
Well, maybe another way to look at it is, if we wanted to look at it in hex terms, because that's the most certain reality, right?
Yeah.
To not speculate on the dollar, but so there are two types of people in the world, maybe three. There are the people who are waiting to get hex because they don't understand it. There are people who are waiting because their hex is locked, and there are the people in the middle who have liquid hex.
Right. Good list.
So it's.
I was just studying Wikipedia, and I know another reason why hex is not a Ponzi.
How many do you need?
I must have a huge delay in my audio from when I speak to when you guys hear me.
It's like a second or two.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Well, because the Ponzi scheme only went for a year before it got shut down, and we got 600 and something days and climbing, so we can't be a Ponzi. It's impossible.
There you go. Not mathematically possible.
Yeah.
Well, in some ways, everything, even legitimate investments, are a Ponzi, right? Because they pay out based on the liquidity that is manipulated by the market makers, right? I mean, so it's like, the examples that Richard always gives, not everybody can sell their house at the same time. Not everybody can sell their car at the same time because there's not that many buyers. And so same thing with hex, right?
I did some research.
Go ahead.
This delay is really causing us problems, isn't it? I'm sorry. Just when you're ready, let me know, because I did a little bit of research on that very topic before the stream. Yeah, okay. So I got sick of hearing this whole thing about how, because I think it was 1 or 2 seconds before I hear you as well, so it's just like, hate this. Don't know why it's happening. Anyway, so we hear this thing about how, there's not much liquidity in hex, so, if blah, blah, blah could all go to zero, rah, rah, rah. And I thought, well, hang on a minute. So we've had the analogy of the housing market, which you just mentioned. And I decided to quantify, at least in my country, what that is. I wanted to know the percentage of liquid houses, so to speak, to the percentage of total to the... Oh, goodness me. I need to eat something. My brain's dying. So the percentage of houses on the market, or that do get sold, the trading volume, if you like, of houses, compared to the total supply of houses, right? And long story short, turns out that, what is it here? It's, see, you wrote all this down so you won't forget. Now I'm having difficulty understanding what I wrote. Daily sales. So the volume, so in local dollars divided by total supply, is it that low? Looks to be 0.0011% of the total supply of houses is being traded on a daily basis versus Bitcoin at 5.6% and Hex at only 0.03% trading volume over the total supply. So it turns out that Hex is actually trading if I've got this right, then the trading volume, because I'm just doing it in percentages here, I'm not going to get into the billions of dollars. The trading volume of Hex appears to be about 22.36 times greater proportionally than the proportional trading value of the housing market in this country. If you just take it the number of houses sold or the mean value of houses sold daily on average, blah, blah, blah. Trading volume of houses versus the total supply of houses in dollars is only one, there's only 1/23. Hex has 23 times more trading volume expressed as a portion of the total supply than the housing market. So it's better. There's plenty of liquid, that's what I'm trying to say. Plenty of trading volume, in fact, because the housing market hasn't collapsed. In fact, it's booming. So, yeah.
I want to just make a security note for people. You should never Google anything that you find odd in the chat. So this is a new attack vector that people are probably using. I'm being a little bit intuitive, but for example, if somebody in the live chat keeps using what was the word, Hanzi instead of Ponzi, some people would go and they would type in, what is Hanzi? You know, if they just see it once, oh, that's a typo. But if the person keeps using it over and over again, they might get curious. Now, this happened in our last live stream where there was a strange name being used, like a name of a person. And so what these bad actors or hackers can do, right, is they can make sure that, I mean, I assume this is an attack vector, that they could control like what the first Google result is and then have a phishing site set up for you to run into, because they know that that's like an unused word.
That's easy to do if it's a word that's not in the dictionary that no one's ever used before. Yeah.
Okay. So make sure that, you know, if you're going to Google something out of the live chat, make sure you're not getting tricked basically to look up something that's just an oddball thing. Now, if you're looking up, you know, what's the volume of houses, right, and nobody's given you that exact language to search, then it's probably going to be safe that you're not going to run into a phishing site. But I really am noticing this, and that's why I'm saying something. It's just because I don't want people to get hacked.
Yeah, mind where you mind your sources. Your sources are more important than the information you get from them. So mind your sources, especially in 2021. So
those were really great points, though, future us, about the housing market being so illiquid, right? And actually putting numbers on that. That's fascinating.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be 23x, especially not compared to Hex, which I know has low trading volume for good reason. You know, comparatively speaking, I was quite surprised that it was that much lower still. But on the other hand, you know, I suspected as well, because, you know, how many houses out of all the ones that exist are even for sale at any given time, right? So it's a store of value. Plus, people want to live in them, so they don't sell them. So why would the trading volume be high if it's something they want to hold on to low? It's pretty simple stuff. But
I don't think I've heard anybody make this comparison, but literally the housing market is the same game theory as proof of strong hands, right? That thing that got recycled from before. There was this scam where you have to pay a 10% fee in order to get in and get out of it. That's literally the housing market. Those are your financing and brokering fees. So if you buy a house and then try to flip it right away, you're going to be giving up the same kind of spread. And that's how they keep the liquidity so low, right? So that they can easily manipulate the market in their favor while running up this whole debt pyramid. Now, Hex is different, and in my opinion, is superior, because it's not running up a debt pyramid. It's actually rewarding people who are saving and delaying gratification. So what it's doing is it's training people to be better at saving, and that's going to ripple through their life and cause other healthy behaviors. right? So it's really, it's a protocol that's like training people to become healthier versions of themselves, to adopt behaviors that they might not even be interested in. But once you get into a monetary environment that's not trying to build a debt pyramid and is not trying to, fund all these wars and fat cat stuff by inflation, all of a sudden you get something way better.
I mean, to
Yeah,
be
well,
able.
you go, Wales. Go.
No. Go ahead, Future. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna go. Okay. Oh dear. Thank you. Yeah, I was just thinking as you were saying that, Maddie. I'm sorry, this delay thing. Just my head's just going crazy with it. Not because of the delay, but because of all the other crazy thoughts about time and antimatter and everything else that's popping in because of this. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so while Maddie was talking, I was thinking about, the difference between promise coins and hex is that with the promise coins, the coins are promising something, and hex, very literally, you are the promise, right? You're the one locking up the money. You're the one promising yourself that you're going to wait. You're the one promising yourself that you're not going to forget. You're going to come back and end that state. And nobody else is making any promises. You're the only one. And
Right.
So I guess in a true crypto, you are the promise.
Yeah, I guess so, man.
I mean, why not, right? Maybe it'll stick.
It's real crazy. The system is real crazy.
Yeah.
So that's why we gotta be aware of what's going on. It's pretty much all I got, guys. We can wrap up unless.
That's all I got. We're right at the 4-hour mark. Perfect.
Oh, well, there you go. Perfect timing.
Perfect breaking point. So let's see. Let me go through. Everybody who's watching, please like and subscribe now. All three of us have channels. You're welcome to find in the description below. Yep. Future Us, do you have a YouTube domain yet?
I'm gonna go on ahead and say no.
Because I'm not a streamer. I just do random test videos. But
well,
I was doing a bunch of tests the other day, and I don't know what was happening, but I think maybe when I go do a live thing, it must send emails to people that have clicked a bell or something. So I'm sitting there rambling away about a whole bunch of crap, but I needed it to be live so I could do certain tests to play it back through YouTube. And I look later on, and there's like 3, 4, 6 views. I'm like, oh crap!
I hate it when that
won't do that again. But no is the answer. Yeah, no is the answer.
Let's see. And then, but people can find you on Twitter and in the links below.
You can try.
You can try. Very good. And then people are still getting fundraising tickets for the second Hex conference, which will be the first scientific one that I'm hosting in person. And I'm really excited to offer only 36 tickets this week. And it's gonna be fun to see how that goes.
Yeah, that does sound interesting.
I think some people
in the chat have already... 36.9 tickets?
Yeah, right? Yeah. I think people in the chat have said they already purchased some, so people can get those. And then we have Hex Therapy on Thursday nights. We have Whales on Sunday nights and pop-up streams all the time. T-Money and I will be doing a conference roundup planning session this Saturday. And then, let's see, we're here again on Tuesday nights. Any other stream announcements, you guys? Cool.
I miss Karim.
I know,
Come back,
right?
Karim. Where'd you go?
Well,
it all seems kind of flat without him there with his big smile and yeah.
Well, thanks to everybody for tuning in, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys next time. Stake wisely, my friends.
Peace.